The sun is still coming up where I live. Ouch. But I decided to come online and breathe with you all. Have a cup of coffee with you all. And say good morning. And wish you all a beautiful day. I'm grateful that I woke up today in my right mind. And yeah, I got a busy day ahead of me. Lots of things to do. Good morning, sweetie. How are you doing this morning? The sun is still waking up around me, so that's why it's kind of dark. But I just wanted to pop on in and say hi before I get started with my day and get into this Thursday. This week just really flew by, and there's so much to do in the next few days. I don't know if you're like me, where you just feel like the days are just flying by. It's crazy that we're already in the month of March, and I tell you, it seems like just yesterday we were saying Happy New Year. So, but yeah, I woke up this morning probably at about 5-ish this morning, because that's about how long my body would let me sleep. Woke me up at 5-ish, and I said, okay, well, let me just get up then. My sleep schedule has been all over the place, and you guys know how that is. I know it's not just me. I know it's just not me. So, you know how your body wakes you up and you're just like, forget it, I'll just get up. Because you know resistance is futile. So I said, let me get up. Let me make myself a cup of coffee. Let me breathe. You know, I woke up pretty motivated today. You know, I don't always wake up like that. But today I did, and I don't know if it was because, you know, sometimes you just get sick, and thank you for the love. You get sick and tired of being sick and tired, and you figure that you just got to do something different in your life movie in order to see something different. And you realize you can't always rely on systems, and you can't always rely on outside sources to help you. And sometimes you just have to really go in overdrive to help yourself. That's how I'm feeling this morning. So I woke up, I read this article about this CEO, Uber's CEO. And one of the things he was talking about was how he's not going to let anyone outwork him. And I had some thoughts about it. On one end, okay, so let me continue. He's not going to let anybody outwork him. And he was talking about how I have a lot of tattoos, boo. Do you have tattoos? I need to get a lot more. You know, I love tattoos. But he was talking about how he emails his employees on Saturdays and he expects them to respond, which I thought was a bit overkill. You know, we do live in a society that's a work society, and people's bodies break down, and people get sick, and people have all sorts of stress issues, and I don't want to be like that. But what I did take from the article was just giving all you got. Hey, Big Mike. How are you? Good morning. And I spent so many years actually giving all that I had. You know, you guys, if you don't know, I used to be a federal police officer, you know, worked for the government for 12 years, Air Force vet, all of that. Can you see my tattoos? Oh, well, they're all covered up right now, actually, because I'm all covered up. Which is one thing. I mean, I have one on my foot, but I need a pedicure. Otherwise, I would show that to you. I have one right here that you can't see. I have one on my back that you can't see. One across my stomach that you can't see. That you typically can see if I open my robe, because you know normally I wear my robe. Let's see. Oh yeah. What else? Oh, I have one right here that you can't see. That one's old, and that one I think I want to cover up. I mean, it's nice, but I had to get some ink taken out of that one. Hi, Provost. How are you? Good morning to you. Yes, I am single. Um, People always ask me that question when I go on the live. It's so funny. Hey, okay, thank you. Shout out to my new subs. Shout out to my old subs. Thank you guys for being part of this channel. I love you too, Jeff. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, you guys. Happy Thursday to you. What about Justin Timberlake? We talked about that the other day. It's kind of funny. Were you in that chat? Yeah, we should be friends. Indeed, indeed. But yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I woke up this morning feeling just feeling motivated. How did you guys wake up this morning? How's your morning going so far? Are you feeling motivated on this Thursday? Are you feeling like you're just ready for the week to be over? Oh, you were in that chat? That was a good one, was it not? And I do apologize for looking all over. As you guys may know, I'm on my iPad, so who knows where to look. So what do I speak about, Dr. E? Oh my goodness, we speak about so many things on this chat. We kind of just this is like I don't want to say it's like the ADD chat, but we go all over the place. We talk about string theory, we talk about particle theory, we talk about alchemy, we talk about space, we talk about all kinds of different things here. We're not limited in what we can talk about on this chat. We talk about tantra, all kinds of things, you know, stillness, you know. So really the topics are vast because, yeah, it is interesting. Because my family, my folks, my cousins, my subscribers, we're vast. And so I like to talk about a lot of different things here. It just depends on what the mood is. Just like this morning, I'm talking about the CEO of Uber and how he was saying, you know, his ideas about work and things like that, and then my perspective on that. What are your thoughts about that, by the way, since we're talking about it? You know, do you feel like we live in a culture that's just you've seen the recent shorts, that's just overrated with work? Yeah, you guys, if you don't know, I do have a dance background. So yeah, you will see some of the shorts where I am cutting up indeed. If you don't know, you know, I'm not a spring chicken by any far-reaching stretch of the imagination. As you can see by my gray hair. You know? Um, so yeah, I used to be in multiple dance companies, used to travel and dance. I mean, just that world in itself is a magical world, requires a lot of discipline for your body. Yet it's interesting because I was just stretching this morning, just trying to get back into some sort of a routine of wellness. I know it's a shame the comments are off. You know what, 2605, I've been thinking about turning my comments back on, but the only reason why I turned them off is because people can be so mean, and people can be so rude. And you know, as much as I would like to pretend that I'm a hard person, I'm really not. I'm actually a quite sensitive person, even though I've been on social media for a long time. Yeah, they are. Yeah, the photons behave differently when observed. Yeah, we were talking about that actually. We were talking about that theory. So yeah, it's not a matter of thinking, it's a matter of it actually being theory. Now, what is the name of that? I think that's particle theory. Let's look it up because I don't remember. But yeah, I had to turn those comments off because, people just, I don't know. People are crazy when they say certain things. I think that's particle theory. Yeah. Or is that particle theory? Or is that photon theory? It's probably photon theory, like you were suggesting. Hold on, let me look it up. Hold on, let me look that up and then I'll get back to the comments. Proton. We always talk about the mysteries of life here. Oh, hold on. What was that called? Hold on. Particles. Yeah, behave different. Yeah, that's the observer effect. It's called the observer effect. Uh, it's in quantum mechanics, and it says the observer effect in quantum mechanics demonstrates that measuring or observing quantum particles like electrons or photons alters their behavior, causing them to switch from acting as waves existing in multiple states positioned to acting as particles fixed single positions. We were talking about that actually. So yeah, that's called the observer effect, which is interesting. That led us on this whole wild tangent. And you guys know I talk a lot about alchemy here. And we talk about how the alchemist is part of the experiment. And so it's interesting that, in a way, when things behave different because the observer is actually watching them, it kind of puts me in the same mindset of alchemy. Interesting. And we'll go off on that tangent. Okay, let me read the chats. Just so you guys know, I do read the chat, so let's go into that. But yeah, Constantine, good morning to you. Good morning to all of you, by the way. I hope you're having a fantastic morning so far. I hope you woke up with just, love in your heart and with some encouragement in your belly. I know it's not always easy. I know the state of the world is a hot ass mess. Ghetto Earth, here we are. Good morning. Yes, I do have a belly piercing. Wow, you want to know a lot about my body today, don't you? Okay, so let me look at the comments. Yeah. Okay. God bless you too, Spartan. What you say? I have no data to back this up, but I believe internet trolling is a legitimate psychological hangup. Yeah, deeply rooted in abandonment and self-esteem issues. I could see that. I could totally see that. And you know what? It just seemed like it's gotten worse. And maybe it's just me. In my mind, I think it's gotten worse. But yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what it is, but people done lost their damn minds. You know what? Part of it is because there's no true accountability. If these people were called out, like the people that, remember that guy who was cheating on his wife and he was at that concert? What was that all about? Remember? And the people that were the performers, they did the whole jumbotron thing, and then they called him, or they were like, hey, hi, look at this beautiful couple. And the man actually had a wife, and they were working in the same company, the woman and the man. Remember that? If people were called out like that, if trolls were called out like that, I bet you things would be different. But there's just no accountability on the internet. I think we should get like some sort of point system for people who are kind, people who are loving, people who are sweet. Yeah, Coldplay. What you say? Entanglement. Oh, Jada. Entanglement. That's so funny. I want to get in an entanglement too. Come on, entanglement. Oh, shoot. Yeah, speaking of the observing effect. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so what else? Yeah, hard people behave like photons, tough while being observed. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Hey, Destroyer, good morning to you. Internet trolls are seeking attention and validation. Yeah, now where does it come from? It's just like, I mean, come on now. And then also I said, because I thought about this many times when people are acting a damn fool, I said, well, wouldn't it be easier just to be kind? Like, you can get attention being kind. You don't necessarily have to be an asshole. Now, do you? Now, why would you want to take that road? Okay. Hi, shout out to Italy. Okay, let me read these comments. I'm backed up. Good morning, 1476, and good morning to all of you guys. Soft nature without being observed. Hey, 2645 again. Assalamu alaikum. Walaikum salam. Hi, welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to you, sweetie. Is it Narvik? Hey, Dark Crypto. How you doing? Jeff West, good morning. Oh, yeah, we're definitely connected. Oh, we're definitely connected. There's nothing that's separate from us. We're all connected by, first of all, energy. Energy is in everything. We talk about that a lot on this channel. We talk about how there really is no separation. You know, that you are not separate from me. I'm not separate from you. You're not separate from the tree. You're not separate from anything. There is an invisible cord, if you will, that is connecting all of us to everything always, you know. And if we knew that, then I think we would behave in a different way, because maybe we would see how things actually have a chain reaction. Like, we are affecting everything that's happening around us all the time, even though we may not know that. Where's Blade? I don't know. Let me back up in the comments so I don't miss anything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just being alive is truly a blessing. Like I said, I woke up today in my right mind and I said, okay, we're on track. First of all, I woke up. Second of all, I woke up in my right mind. Like, okay, that's check. Oh, Jeff, you're sweet. Exactly. People are very detached from one another and let their impulsiveness take over. Yeah, it's just so crazy. I'm confident they would never say these things. Yeah, they would never say these things to a person in their face. Why? Because they get their, like I say, they get their crown chakra knocked off. Enmeshment. Is enmeshment like entanglements? Yeah, it costs nothing to be kind. This is why I don't even understand. I mean, I grew up in a time frame where that's how I was raised, to be kind. I was raised to be kind, so I don't understand, especially like coming on somebody else's chat, a complete stranger. You know, I just don't get it. Like, I just be like, who raised you? Or who didn't raise you, better yet. Mm-hmm. I don't know who Blade is. Where is Blade? As a scientist, there is no such thing as energy in that sense. Is that right? Let's look that up. Let's look that up, Troll, because energy is all, okay? But what do you mean? What's your perspective on that? Let's look it up. One thing I like to do is fact check, because, you know what I mean? There's already enough opinions rolling around the internet. Hey, boo, how you doing? 5215. Okay, let's look that up. Okay, so this is from Einstein, you know, and we all know Albert Einstein. Okay, everything is energy. Okay, all matter from atoms to the cosmos is actually vibrating energy at various frequencies. So, you know, again, opinions are nice, facts are nice too, you know. So according to science, actually, everything is energy. This concept implies to physical reality, that physical reality is composed of energy vortices, am I saying that right, you guys? Rather than solid static particles. Vibrational frequency. That's one thing that we talked about. One person was asking me in the chat, which was a very good question. Did I see a difference between vibration and frequency? And really, I didn't. But the way we were talking about is they were saying something about frequency being on a scale, so to speak, you know. But when I think about vibration and frequency, I kind of think about them together. And so here we are. Vibrational frequency, everything, including living beings and inanimate objects, possesses a unique frequency, which I have said time and time again. This chapstick, this coffee cup, this, that, everything has a vibrational frequency. Okay. And then this interconnectedness that we were just talking about earlier, because all things are energy, like I said, they are interconnected and in constant motion, shifting form. And so when I say that we are all connected, it's in scientific that we are all connected. It is scientific that we are all, that everything is energy. So this is just beyond some spiritual woo woo, a woo 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 woo. It's beyond that. That's beyond that. You know. Okay, so what do we think about these things? What are your perspectives? But yeah, good morning, 5215. So Troll, having said that, you know, you say you're a scientist, however, the science also suggests the opposite of what you said. Okay. I was raised to use manners. Yeah, me too. No matter who, the person at the check, yeah, gas station, exactly, everyone. Because at the end of the day, first of all, it's a reflection on your character. It's a reflection on who you are, you know. And why would you just be mean to people for the sake of being mean to people? I just don't understand that. I'd be like, what? Like, what is really going on around here? You know, why are you're so broken and you're so hurt that you wish to spread that hey Gio, that you wish to spread that energy to other people. And here's the thing, you never know what people are going through. Some people might be on the edge of jumping off a cliff, and then here you go with your tomfoolery. You know what I mean? And do you really, I mean, you don't know the after effects, but can you imagine? Can you imagine if you could see the after effects of how you treat people? And if people could see that, then I think it would change the way people treat people. I think they would think twice about it, because then you would probably feel some sort of responsibility in a way. You know what I mean? That'd be interesting. That's a movie. That's a movie idea. We've all heard of Albert Einstein, have we not? Joshua, good morning. Tesla said the same thing. Frequency is the key to the universe. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is nothing new, you guys. You know, it's interesting how we live in a world. That's one of my favorite statements. We live in a world where people have a lot of opinions, which is great, but sometimes those opinions are not necessarily backed up by facts. So, you know, this channel, we talk about our opinions and we also talk about facts. That's why I fact check. You know what I mean? Don't you get tired of just opinions alone? You know what I mean? You want some facts around here. Frequency is a wave, maybe transforming to photons is the crescendo of those waves. Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's an interesting theory, 3D. What you say, hot Geo, like I said, hey, TJ, sometimes you can make someone's day better with a smile. Yes, I agree. You know, you might transform the whole trajectory of somebody's day by simply saying thank you, asking how you doing. Case in point, went to the dollar store to get my oatmeal cookies because I had a craving. Took my little self over there. I always ask people, how are you? So I'm asking the lady, how are you? She didn't say anything. I asked her again. She said, do you really want to know? I said, yes. Come to find out, her son was dying and her mother died like a week ago. And I was like, oh my God. So we had this whole conversation. I cried, she cried, I hugged her. You know, there was a beautiful exchange that took place, all because someone was present enough to ask, how are you? And then actually care about the response. Two human beings. I felt like I knew her all my life just because of that one connection that we had. So that's what I'm saying, you guys. Just be kind. Just be kind. Just be kind. So yeah, I agree, TJ. I feel better after just smiling at a yeah, TJ, you're so sweet. You're so sweet, TJ. Thank you, Sky. Thank you, guys. What you say, 3D? What you put out in the world is direct reflection of your character. Unfortunately, some people thrive on misery and they enjoy others' misery. Yeah, we talked about this. And Eckhart Tolle talks about this too. He calls it a pain body. Says everyone has a pain body. And if you want to know, let me give you a definition of the pain body. Oh, before we go there, here's another thing that people, when I say it, they often think of it as woo-woo. Like, what are you talking about? That sounds crazy. Well, Science is a bit crazy. Okay, we're talking about interconnectedness. Right now, we're talking about Einstein's famous quote about everything is energy. Manifestation. The idea suggests that by matching the frequency of the energy one desires, one can influence the reality. I always talk about this all the time, and people are like, "What the hell are you saying?" I always say, can only manifest that thing that you already have. In other words, just like I said in the laugh live, in the last live, if something is vibrating at an 888 and you're vibrating at a 444, in order to bring that thing into your reality, you have to match its vibration. You have to raise your vibration to the vibration of that thing in order to manifest it. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. But anyway, some of these things are most definitely perceptions. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you. Hold on. And I'm looking at some other stuff too. Yeah. So, again, the idea of everything is energy is based on a principle rooted deeply in physics and philosophy. So, it's a mixture of physics and philosophy. And I love physics. I love physics. And I know many of you probably love philosophy because we talk about that on this channel. Anyway, it suggests a deep connection between all things, everything, and everyone. At the fundamental level, all are united through energy, is what it says. Okay. Okay, and then quantum physics reveals that everything is made out of energy. Okay. Let's see what else. Yeah, you'll see this over and over again if you do your research. And then we have scientific proof here that everything is energy here. So beyond theory, beyond perspective, beyond philosophy, we have some scientific proof according to this. Oh, thank you, 3D. Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting. Science is weird. Science is weird, is it not? Is it not? So yeah, you guys, I mean, just keep doing your research. Now let's look at let's look at the pain body, okay? Because you're like, what the hell is the pain body? Let's look at that. And this is a theory by Eckhart Tolle. You guys familiar with Eckhart Tolle? Because I'm going to mention him like 100 times. Okay, now according to Eckhart Tolle, this is just his idea. Oh yeah, every language chant has a unique energetic property. Yes, yes, yes. I'm glad you brought that up actually because I was chanting this morning. We talk about chanting on this channel, and the chant that I was doing was Nam Yoho Renge Kyo. Nam Yoho Renge Kyo, Nam Yoho Renge Kyo. That was the chant that I was doing this morning, and let me tell you, I talk about chanting in the mystery school. Okay, sometimes I will play a lecture or two, from my mystery school just to kind of give you guys a taste. Japanese devotion to the mystic. Yeah, mystic law. Bonjour. How are you? Okay, so the pain body. Speaking of pain, yeah, Nam-myoho Renge Kyo. Do you do that one? The pain body is an energetic, a semi-autonomous entity formed by accumulated past emotional pain, trauma, and suffering. It lives within the human body, acting as a parasite that feeds on negative emotions such as anger, depression, or conflict, and can take over a person's mind and behavior. This is Eckhart Tolle's mindset of just describing this energetic being that lives inside of every one of us that is attracted to pain and feeds off of pain, and everybody has a pain body. Essentially, it's just a matter of some people's pain bodies may be more active than others. Oh yeah, yeah, it's a great chant for me. Like every time I do the Nam-myoho Renge Kyo, I just feel like I kind of picture everything coming into alignment. Oh, I love Om Mani Padme Om. Om Mani Padme Om. Om Mani Padme Om. Oh, you going there? Y'all going there? Y'all. The chat is lit. Okay, so hi, Mr. Wilson. Good morning. Okay, so we're all over the place. I already warned you. My pain body is anxiety, feels like I'm being tased all the time. Is that right? So is there certain things that you do to kind of I guess allow that feeling to subside? Is there anything that you do that you find that works for you? Okay. So two things we're talking about: the pain body and chanting. All right, just so you can follow along. So when it comes to chants, there's so many. I like Om Mani Padme Om. I like Om Benza. You know that one? My mentor, I'll see if I can find his picture. Um, his name is Dr. Jumpa. He grew up in Tibet. He's one of my mentors. He passed away, but his energy is still here. Yes, he taught me many chants. The first one he taught me was Vajrapani, Om Vajrapani Om. And, everyone has a personal Buddha according to, certain ancient systems. Oh, is that right? I need to do that. So let me see if I can find my mentor. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. We're going in. We're going in. We have left the building. Jampa. Okay, here he is. You probably can't see him, and it'll be backwards. But yeah, that's one of my mentors. Now, this is going to sound really crazy. Anyway, he used to study astro science. He's like an astro scientist. That was his thing. I could go on and on about him, but truth be told, and I was going to sound crazy, met him in a dream before I met him in reality. And that happens. Oh my gosh, super wise, super wise. Let me see if I can find a video. Hold on, a video of Dr. Jumpa teaching me a chant. This is some personal stuff. When he passed away, they meaning the community that he was part of, the Tibetan community, they actually put his prayer clothes on me. I have the man's prayer clothes. I have them, and they put them on me. Okay, so let me see. Let me look at my library. A million things in here, but I want to see if I can find Dr. Jampa. Okay, let's see here. Jampa. The energy is so strong with him. I felt when he was passing away. A lot of the beads that I wear when I come on live are beads that he blessed. The mala beads that I wear. Okay, let me see if I can find him in here. Okay. Hold on. That's me at his place. I have a picture of me at his place, but he's talking in the background, but that's not it. Let's see here. Some personal stuff I'm sharing with you all as soon as I find the video. Bear with me. Bear with me. I don't know why I have so many videos in here, but I do. Okay. We're getting warmer. And then I'll catch up in the chat as soon as I show this, and then I'll go back to the chat and see what y'all talking about. And for those of you who don't know, I'm looking up a video from my mentor, Dr. Jampa, that I want to show. Oh, I think he had passed away already. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, this one's hard to find. It's always hard to find. Because it is. Let's see. Hold on. I'm pretty sure there's a way to label your videos. Hold on. Bear with me. Oh, you subscribe? Okay, good. Good. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, Dr. Jumper is an interesting man. He actually grew up in the same neighborhood as the Dalai Lama. When the Dalai Lama would come visit, I say this all the time. When the Dalai Lama would come visit San Diego, he would go stay with Dr. Jampa. And so Dr. Jampa had a room that the Dalai Lama stayed in. And I remember I've actually stayed in that room because Dr. Jampa, he was in a wheelchair, and I remember we went out to dinner, and unfortunately he fell, and yeah, I got him home safe. Some people helped me, but he was like, "You need to stay with me all night because you." He said, "You need to stay with me all night. Basically, make sure I don't die in my sleep." And I was like, "Okay." And he was like, "And you need to stay in the Dalai Lama's room." He said, "That is your karma." That's what the man told me. Okay. So I'm trying to find this video, which is just buried in all of my videos because it is. Oh, here it is, right here in my face. Okay. Teata Om Bear Kaze Bear Kaze Maha Bear Kaze Raza Samu Gade So Ha Teata Om Bear Kaze Maha Bear Kaze Raza Samu Gade So Ha. And then when you tell them Bekanze Maha Bekanze Raja Samu Gade So you say Teata Om Bekanze. Yeah. So that's Dr. Jumper, you guys. Oh, may he rest in peace. Indeed. Indeed, he is still here. Energy always present. Beautiful energy to have around me, you know. So yeah, that was one of the last chants that he taught me before he transitioned, and it's the Medicine Buddha chant. Okay. All right, let me go into the chat and see what I missed. Okay. Tibetan alphabet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get into it. When I learned the alphabet through a teacher, I understood Tibetan mantras much deeper. It's extremely sacred of a language. Yeah, I believe it. It's almost when you mention the Tibetan alphabet, I wonder if it's almost like the energy of the Hebrew letters. That's a book that goes over all of the Hebrew letters. And you know the power of the 72 names, which is a whole nother thing. Y'all, do y'all want to go there this morning? We can go there. We can go there. It's so nice to chat with you too. Astrology, like a scientist who specializes in astrology, Geo. Okay, yeah, Dr. Jumper, very wise. Hey, goat. I don't know. Maybe you need to go to bed. Okay. Again, thank you, Narvik, for being here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, these earrings are earrings that I got from like antique shop. Oh, thank you for subscribing. Am I a gym girl? I don't know what that means. Yeah, my hair is gray. My hair is gray. I could dye it if I wanted to, but sometimes I choose to just let it be gray and just let it be, because I don't always have to dye my hair so that other people can feel comfortable. As long as I'm comfortable in my own skin, that is what matters the most. I think people get it twisted and they assume that, you know, you have to look like everyone else in order to, you know, be happy. But I don't have to look like everyone else to be happy. My hair is gray. Sometimes I wear it gray. I enjoy it being gray sometimes. I'll be 46 in April. So what you gonna do, boo? What you gonna do? You know, it's easy for somebody to dye their hair. What's more challenging is fixing your personality that makes you come on somebody else's live and speak negatively about them. That's more challenging. See, I can go out and I could buy some dye from Walmart. But you need to do the self work. You see what I'm saying? You see how it's different? I go buy dye, but you need to do self work. You see how that went there? What are you gonna do? I can get dye, but what are you gonna do? Um, Gonna have to break out the purple silk again. Oh, what is that? Arabic letters, very deep. I have a true story. Oh yeah, I could see that. I could see that. You know, gosh, these ancient letters, yes, they indeed have frequency to them. And when you speak them, things shift, things change that might not make any sense to one's logical mind. I'm right brain and I'm left brain. I'm logical and I'm spiritual. You see. Okay. All right. Thank you, TJ. Thank you. What you say? She told me that in the Arabic language, when spoken, emits frequency. Yeah, that's what I just, that is physically shaped like the way it is written. Very interesting. Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, that's what the ancestors say. Thank you, TJ. Thank you again. For example, if I say Allah in the air, it looks like, yeah. Oh, interesting. In the air, the frequency is shaped like this. Ah, interesting. I didn't even notice your hair until you mentioned it. Your person. Thank you, 3D. Um, and I said that because of the person that had the comment about my hair, which I think is kind of rude for somebody to, that's what we were talking about earlier, for somebody to come on somebody's live with foolishness. But I said that to address them specifically who thought that they were giving an insult when the reality of the situation is they're showing the nature of their character. Hold on, I got a booger in my nose. I want you to see it. You know how you gotta pick your nose off camera? That happens in real life. Okay, what we saying here? Introvert or extrovert? I'm an introvert first, and then I'm an extrovert. So I'm both. It just depends. I need my time to just kind of, be within myself. I need my time to reflect. I need my time to re-energize and regroup and reestablish. I spend a lot of time with myself. I live in a place it's not fully remote, but it's not a big city. So the population is it's small. It's not like 400 people, but it's small. Oh, talk more energy stuff. Okay, cool. Definitely. We talk about everything on this chat. I kind of just go with the flow. I'm not always scripted. Matter of fact, most of the time I'm not scripted. I just kind of go with whatever I need to talk about, and I don't. This channel is not monetized, so it's kind of like I kind of say what I want. I kind of say what I want. I think, again, we live in a world where people are always trying to impress people, always trying to, making money influences how they act. Yet I want to tell you on this channel, what you get is what you get. So I'm not here to perform. I'm not here to be on demand. I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that. And part of the reason is because I'll be 46 in April. So ain't nobody gonna come up on here and tell me what to do. You understand that? And when you get close to being 46, you probably gonna feel the same way. You probably gonna feel the same way. You be like, the hell with that. The hell with that. So this is not about a performance. The ancestors are not here to entertain you. They're not here to entertain me. Yet what we can do is enjoy each other and have a good time. When certain conversations come up, we can talk about that. Okay, let me look at the chat. What you say? It's too early to be invoking demons. Is that right? Well, then why you up? Why you up, boo? Why you up? Small town's not small. I'd say it has less personality. There's pluses and minuses for being in a small town. I'm gonna tell you that. The population here is less than 60,000 people. To me, that's small. But the plus is less traffic, less tomfoolery, definitely feel safer here. Most of the population is older people who are retired. And older people who are retired, they have a different energy about them. You know what I mean? Older people who are retired, they're just like Akuna Matata. Akuna Matata. You remember that? So, minuses for me, okay. How do you say in Espanol? Yo bailo. Me gusta bachata y merengue y salsa. And they don't have that here. Nada. Aquí. So, yeah, I'm really 28. I'm really 28. I'm just lying to you guys. This is dye. This is gray dye in my hair. Hey, sweet. How you doing? Yeah, unknown. I'm 45. I'm 45, boo. 45. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, 45. I say 40 fine, but you know. No Spanish dancing. Aquí, don't know why. No say. It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm just like, what? Why? So that's my only thing, that there's no Spanish dancing. And that's really like the only, and it gets hot. Those are the two things that I don't like about this place. If we had bachata y merengue y salsa, okay. You know, when it's hot, it's just hot. I just stay in the house. But at least we would have that. Hips don't lie. That's right, 48. Our generation is very youthful. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Here's my theory, and it's just a theory, so it's not a fact. My personal theory. I think it's because we went through a lot of bullshit already. If you grew up in the 1900s, you went through a lot of bullshit already. This is back in the day where you had to have a self-esteem for real. This is back in the day where, you know, I like to say this, and this is going to sound funny to some of you, especially who have grown up in the 80s, especially. We grew up ugly. We did. I don't care what nobody says. We grew up ugly. We accepted that. Period. So our self-esteem, it had to be developed for real. Like, my mother helped me with my self-esteem. My father helped me with my self-esteem. You know, I was taught early on that I was a leader and this and that. So I didn't look on the outside for validation. I got it at home. My parents taught me, no, you can't let someone determine your self-worth. Exactly. We had hand-me-downs. You know, I remember I had remember used jeans? Remember used jeans? Like, there literally was a name brand jean called used jeans. You know, my mother used to shop for all my clothes at JCPenney's. My mother worked at JCPenney's. Baby, you was getting JCPenney's. You were getting JCPenney's. And you were going to be happy about that. Anyway, remember LA Gear? Had LA Gear. My mother finally broke down and bought me a pair of used jeans. They must have been on sale somewhere. But baby, I wore the hell out of those used jeans. And let me tell you, they traveled through my whole family. My cousins wore my used jeans. Everybody wore my used jeans. That's just how it was. I used to have this purple dress. You know, my cousin wear that purple dress. Everybody wear that purple dress. So we grew up in a time where, number one, we knew how to share. But now I'm sitting on here. Yeah, I'm sitting on here waiting on free money. Yeah, exactly. How you know? How you know? How you know when I just said I'm not monetized? No, boo, I'm not waiting on free money. No, boo, I'm not like your mother. You understand? And even if she is waiting on free money, baby, that's her prerogative. If somebody wants to wait on free money, that's on them. But for you to come on here and assume that that's your ignorance on display. And how does it feel to have your ignorance on display? How's it feel this morning? Good morning. Good morning. See, people like to assume things because you think that you know what time it is because the media done told you that everybody that looks like me, everybody that talks like me, everybody that, you know what I mean? Please. My mother retired when she was 50. I'm wrong all the time. I'm wrong all the time. I never told you that. You must think I'm right. Exact. Oh, I used to love going to the secondhand store. Oh my goodness. The thrift store was everything to me. I remember I went to the thrift store one time. I must have got this dress. I don't know. It looked like it could have been 60s, could have been 70s, but it was wild. So I had these, like these flowers, these leaves. Oh, thank you, 3D. Thank you. Sometimes you got to be a warrior up in here. You got to bring Vajrapani up in here. People think the Buddha is just, but baby, the Buddha will chop your head off. Periods. Periods. Like I said in one of my videos, knock your whole crown chakra off. Baby, I have not arrived. So please don't test it. Just because I chant Nam Yoho Renge Kyo. Baby, demons are divine beings. If you don't know, Google the etymology of that word before you come on here talking foolishness, talking outside of your neck with no research whatsoever. This is what I mean. Some people in this generation, you didn't have libraries growing up. You didn't have a library card, and it shows. Baby, you didn't have a library card, and baby, it shows. Baby, it shows. Okay? Back in the day, well, we had library cards. We wanted to research something. Baby, we had to go to the library to go find it. Remember how difficult it was find things in the library? You had to have a mind. You had to understand. You had to think just to find a damn book. Did you not? But yeah, I remember all that. Remember the book fairs? Book fairs were my favorite thing to experience at school. Like I said, went to the thrift stores, all of that. You know you're older when you say those were the days. Because when you're a kid, you hear older people say, those were the days. Then you get older and you're like, those were the days. Yeah, it was actually quiet. So it's not quiet at the library anymore. There's a library here that I want to check out. Haven't checked it out yet. So yeah, is that missing now? It must be missing now. But yeah, back in the day, libraries used to be quiet, used to be so peaceful. Your parents made a point to take us to the library and actually taught us how to. Yes, exactly. I grew up with my mother taking me to the library regularly. It was such a treat to go and just explore the world of books. I like books. I grew up being the only child in the house. When I was bored, my mother would say, read a book. Oh, you bored, huh? Read a book. Read a book. And so I would go read a book, and it just took me to a whole nother world. Just transformed my life. So I really enjoyed reading growing up because it gave me something to do other than, being outside, which I was outside a lot. But when I couldn't be outside, reading a book. This is probably what influenced me so much to be a writer. You could hear a pin drop. Is that right? Yeah, I know. Don't you kind of miss those days, like when it was quiet, when, remember encyclopedias? Remember Encyclopedia Britannica? Remember that? The commercials that would sell these encyclopedias. Remember dictionaries, old school dictionaries? You have to look words up, all of that. I remember all of that. It was just a different time to be alive. Like, you really had to go look for the material. You had to put forth the effort. It wasn't just handed to you. And what's funny about all of that is that today the people have more resources and they're still stupid. Now riddle me that. What y'all say? Back when we had to go to the library or open inside, yeah, to find out things. Now, that's what I'm saying, 3D. The people have the information in their hands and they still don't have the knowledge. Somebody, please tell me why. I want to know your theories on why this exists. Why do people still not know the etymology of the word demon? Why do people still think that demon is a bad word? Why do people still think that the Baphomet is evil? Why do people still think, why do people have these ideas, these opinions, but they don't know the facts when they have the facts at their fingertips? Somebody please tell me why today. When back in the day we had less and we did more. Now they have more and they do less. Make it make sense. Make it make sense today. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. You know, like people can probably have Chat GPT write their papers for them. And still fail. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Sky, are you okay? Do I need to remove you or are you gonna straighten out yourself? Because you don't hear, baby. You can be removed at any time. I'm just here. You're here for my entertainment at this point. Okay. Okay. But you don't have to be here, because I could easily become unamused. You own my shit. Where's your shit? I'll wait. Go start your chat. Okay. Because the only reason I've been giving you grace is by choice, not obligation. So you straighten up, right? Thank you. Come to your senses now. Drink you some water. Oh, hey, Mark, you feel dangerous. I like a woman who know their power. Yes, I'm very dangerous. Very dangerous. You see, we could all be dangerous up in here. What you say? I have to dumb down my vocabulary because people are so dumb. Why? It's just like, it's crazy. It's just crazy. And it's, you know, remember when they took away cursive from the school? Remember that? Remember cursive writing? They took that away. And now it's like these kids, they just have computers, you know. Back in the day, it just used to be different. It used to be different. You had to put a lot more effort in. You had to work your mind. You had to work your muscles in your mind. Hey, Mark. Yes, I love singing and dancing and writing. And I have a guitar. I haven't learned how to play it because, quite frankly, it intimidates the hell out of me. My music mentor told me to learn the pentatonic and the diatonic scale. Okay. I try. My fingers just don't, they haven't developed that muscle memory to do that just yet. But I would like to learn how to play a musical instrument. I don't know how to play a musical instrument. I'm always inspired by people who know how to play musical instruments. The only instrument I use is my voice. Oh, I didn't know how to play the, there's these Ghanaian drums that I learned how to play. I can't remember the name of those. Maybe I'll find a video on here and show you. Yeah, I'm gonna find a video. Give me 1 second here. But yeah, I like to do a lot of things. What you say, 7091, the biggest power of the devil is making, yeah, I've heard that a million times, and yet the devil is within. The devil is within. He ain't out there running the streets. You know what I mean? The devil's not out there running the streets with a pitchfork in his hand. The devil is within. If people would take accountability for themselves, if people would fix their own shit, then the world would be a different place. Then we wouldn't have a devil to blame, because we would say, oh, that's me. I need to get it together. Oh, that's me being a whole ass. So yeah, I've heard that quote, yeah, 1,000 times over. And that's my opinion on it. The devil is within. So is God. Favorite food. Ooh, I love to eat. You guys, you know, we go on tangents when we start talking about food in this chat, because it seems like my subscribers, my folks, my peoples, we're just hungry people. I'm Creole and Cajun, so I like a lot of like Creole and Cajun food. I grew up eating gumbo. Y'all know what gumbo is? Yes. Raise your hand if you know what gumbo is. Gumbo is so good. Rice dressing. I love me some rice dressing. Red beans and rice. Yeah, it's kind of like a soup. Yeah, kind of like a soup. But I like a seafood and chicken gumbo with sausage too. I love it. Bomb. I had a a video on here of me making gumbo. I don't know if you guys seen it over the holiday, and yeah, I love gumbo. What about your favorite food? I love a lot of the Creole and Cajun dishes. Yeah, exactly. Trolling only puts your ignorance on display. Now, why would you want your ignorance on display? Why would you want to be like, hi, I don't have any sense. I just want you to know, good morning. How are you? I know you don't know me from Adam, but I just wanted you to know that I don't have any sense. And I want to introduce myself. I want to make my first impression as one who doesn't have any sense, so that you will never forget, because, you know, I understand that you only get one time to make a first impression, but I want my first impression to be, I don't have any sense. All right, thank you very much. That's how you look. You look crazy. Oh man. Thank you, 3D. You know what time it is. Oh, thank you, Christian. Okay, good. Favorite song. Favorite song is this song that I play here all the time. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. I have a lot of songs that I like. We get wild on here, and I have played all kinds of things and then gotten copyright strikes. Because, yeah. Hold on. Ooh. Here it is. Okay. I'm just gonna play a little bit of it. But it's Inta Umri. Yeah, favorite song. All right, let's see what else we got here. Bubblegum shrimp. Could you hear me sing? Yeah. Let me see if I can find something. Let's see if I can find something. I think it's band. Is it band mix that I'm on? Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Or is it bandmate? Oh, it's band mix. Okay. See if I remember my password. Oh, yeah. I do have that. Isn't it nice when your password just pops up for you and you don't have to think? Okay. Okay, it's loading up here. I do believe. Oh, it sure is slow. It gets. Hold on. Okay, here we go. It's just loading up slow. Very slow. Very slow. It takes a lot of patience. We're getting there. Let's see. Dashboard. I can't believe how slow it is. But then again, I am in the mountains, so there's that. I have some unread messages. I don't know if it'll let me show you guys. Music list. Maybe. I'm looking on Bandmix right now because some of my music is there. No, I haven't seen the Warriors. No, these are not extensions. No, it's my real hair. I need to get it done. There's this lady I found here. I found her in the middle of nowhere who's actually going to straighten out my hair for me. Because it is, just don't even go there. Don't even go there. Now, normally my hair is wild anyway. Kind of like my personality. But child. Okay, I'm waiting on that to load up so I can show you some of my music. No, I haven't seen the classic. I haven't had a TV since 2012. You know, I kind of stay away from that. You know, I just do. You know, my own world has a lot in it. So I kind of stay away from like those type of outside influences, if that makes any sense. But interesting though. Okay, let me see here. If I can find something. It's not easy. This site is slow. Maybe because I don't know why it's slow. All right, let me go another way. Look in my files. I actually have a video on here. I have a few videos. Y'all, you need to look at my YouTube page, okay? But I'll play something for you. Let's see. Videos. It's probably the easiest way to do it because I'll be on here till the cows come home looking for it. Here it is. Oh wait, that's Lovers. That's not the one I was looking for. I'll go back to my files. Give me 1 second. Un momento, por favor. It's just that I have so much in my phone. So much. And I know I'm not the only one. Oh my goodness. No. Hold on, hold that thought. Okay. Okay, is this it? Is this the master? Let's see. See what if this is what I'm looking for. I think so. Let's see. Yeah, I think. This is just a little, this is a little bop, like the old folks say. Just a little bop. for grown-ups. Thank you. I know, right? This song was inspired. Yeah, this is me. So I can't get any copyright strikes for this. Thank you, Peace. If they could, they would. It's just kind of just a nice, relaxing, meditative, chill, you know. Yeah, you smell so good, baby. Come on now. Ain't nothing like somebody smelling good. Thank you. Yeah, I gotta add it to the late night playlist. Yeah, it was inspired, most definitely. Um, but it goes on. It's almost over. It's just, this one is just a simple, you know, um, what do you say? No verse, no this, no that. Just something to listen to, something to make love to, you know. Yeah, that's just an example. Okay, but I have lots of music actually. Um, I write all kinds. I write all kinds of music. I love music. All right, back to the chat. Let's see what I missed. Y'all cutting up? Who cutting up? Thank you, K Dot. Thank you, 3D. Oh, hi. Hi. What? Oh, who? Did I miss somebody? Oh, is that right? Okay. That's another thing I noticed about our generation. A lot of us have stopped watching TV. I haven't had one since 2006. Same with my ex and some friends. Yeah, I haven't had a TV. Y'all, this is going to sound really crazy to you. The only time in my whole life that I ever purchased a TV for myself, it was a small TV, one of those handheld TVs that I could take to work with me when I was a federal police officer. That's the only time I ever purchased a TV for myself. And this was probably back in 2002. Okay? And I don't even know what happened to that TV. I probably only turned it on a couple times in my shift. But yeah, it's just not, I just can't. What you say, Dark Crypto? Yeah, 3D gets it. Interesting. Yeah, there's a few movies out there that are like alchemical. A few movies that are very esoteric. A lot of the movies actually are probably more esoteric than we know. It's just that the people are not aware of sacred symbols and all of that. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? But there are movies that the ancestors talk about actually that do have certain symbols. I can't remember. There's the name of one movie. I can't remember. Odyssey. I think it's Odyssey. My eye is twitching. Eyes twitching. Twitchy eye. Thank you, 3D. Yeah, add this to the late night playlist. Indeed. Thank you, F2B. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, it's a vibe. The one you could put like 20, oh, yeah, yeah. And it still would only work for like 2 seconds. Yeah, that kind of TV. A little one that took like 20 batteries. Yeah, like that. That's the only TV in my entire life that I ever purchased for myself. I bought somebody else a TV. Okay, but I've never. You had one of those? Hi, Spiritual Awakening. Good morning. Oh, the Warriors is actually based on an ancient Greek tale. Is that right? Yeah, that's the one. That's the TV. TV wouldn't work, you know. So that's what I'm saying. I don't even think that TV lasted long, you know, because it took too much. Okay, let me see if I can find a picture of me drumming. I thought I had it on YouTube. I got a lot of songs on here. Let's see here. Hold on. A lot of videos on here. Y'all just need to look. Oh, let's watch this one. This is fun. Let's watch the choreography. So we like dance. We like all that. Let's watch the choreography for Crystallize You. Okay. I'll do that. Here we go. We'll do it like this. This is just the choreography. This is not the full video. Choreography by Lindsay and myself. I had a vision for this song, and I knew it was going to have some choreography to it that was on the sensual side. So my girl Lindsay put the shit together. It's nice to chat with you too, 3D. Thank you for being here. Okay, this is just the choreography piece. To those who haven't seen the video, okay, sorry. It's online. I had to turn it down. Spread it open is what was said. You understand that, don't you? Something to surprise you. I've been thinking about you. Something going on here. Let me crystallize you. Well. Would you like to bless you too, boo. In that ecstasy. This song was inspired. Let me tell you something. All these clothes are my clothes that they're wearing. And in the whole music video, if you watch the music video, this isn't it. Would you like to be? I can elevate you. Something to relate to. Step into my fire. Thank you. Yeah, this Lindsay, she's the one that choreographed this. Shout out to Lindsay. Shout out to my girl. She's in LA. We shot this in LA. This is just the dance part of the video. But if you see the actual video, you might see some things maybe that you're familiar with. Maybe if you're in LA. I can show you Tyra. We're talking about Tyra. Not, green Tyra. Raise your Kundalini, boy. interesting. There's a lot that's interesting about this video, and then those are the credits. That's just the choreography, but the video itself, Larry, you're so funny. First of all, that song came to me just like a lot of my music comes to me intuitively. You know, I used to have this neighbor that was fine as, excuse my French, if you don't speak French, you don't speak French, fine as fuck. And I was just getting back from a trip to New York, or from New York, and I found out that he made beats. First of all, he was walking past my place, and I was like, He stopped at my place, and I was like, And then I found out that he made beats. I said, well, let me hear your beats. And then he sent that beat to me, and it was just like, I bought it, and immediately the song just came to me. It wasn't anything I had to think about. Yeah, I appreciate you. Hey, John, thank you for being here. And it just came. And really, I was thinking about him, but you know, that's a story for another day. You understand that? Shout out to Long Beach, baby. Okay. Okay, thank you, TJ. Oh, thank you, John. I won't recognize a thing being from Australia. Okay, TJ, what'd you say? So funny. So yeah, what I was looking for wasn't that. Was actually a picture of me drumming. I have a lot of things on here if you guys just take the time to look. Let's see here. Now, mind you, some of the stuff is hidden, yeah? But let's see. I don't know if I can find that on here. Let me see. And it's easy to get lost, you know. And some things are private, but not everything. I'm looking. Hold on, let me look. Where's your Culinary, boy? A lot of my music has been released in Web3. I'm a Web3 lady. So, and my name over there is Goddess Moon. Okay. What I'm looking for is this old video, because we were talking about music earlier, and I was saying how I wish I knew how to play instruments, but I said I'd learned how to play one instrument, and I'm trying to find the video of me playing that instrument. It's so old, so it'll take me 100 years to find it, for Pete's sake. For Pete's sake, you know. And I live in a place where the Wi-Fi is just not. It's just not. It ain't. Because I'm in the mountains. By the mountains, I should say. I tell you what. But maybe I'm getting warmer, so bear with me, and then I'll go back to the chat and see what y'all talking about. Child. If I ever find it. I have a lot of videos. A lot. If you ever really wanted to know about me, if you're curious, just look at the videos. Take your time, look through the videos, and you'll be like, oh, okay, I get it. I get it. I'm scrolling all the way, because I probably won't be able to find it in my phone. So I'm looking on my YouTube page. And you would think if you do a search, you'd find it. No. No! But while I'm searching, let me look at the chat, see what y'all talking about. Oh, good day to you, 1122. How are you? By the way, I hope you guys are having a great morning wherever you are in the world. Morning, afternoon, evening. I'm looking for this. What you say? You seen the latest shorts? They're Luke hours long. Is that right? Yeah, you know, here's the thing. Now I'm gonna tell you. Sometimes I might not feel confident in myself for whatever reason. You know, like as a human being, you go through these times, and so I find myself, I'll be like, well, you know what? I'm gonna do a dance video. You know, I'm gonna see if I still got it. See if I still got it. And what I mean by that is, when I look at the video, am I going to be like, oh yeah, girl, you still got it? You know what I mean? So I'll record a video and then I'll review it. And if I see something in there I like, that will encourage me. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I move different than how I used to move. I mean, gosh, I used to do ballet and all kinds of different things, West African and, you know, different West African dances. And now it's like I move in a different way. And sometimes I like to see, you know, if I still have, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's what happens. And I'll end up recording a video, you know, in the middle of the night and just seeing. I was like, I want to see something real quick. I want to see something real quick. And that's what happens. Okay, I'm still looking for this video. Will I find it? Will I find it? Some of these videos are not even showing up because of my Wi-Fi. Why? 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 That's another issue with living in a remote place. The Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi. It's just not. It doesn't act right. It doesn't act right. If I was on my phone, let me tell you, like doing this live on my phone. Hey, 96. It would have been cut off on you guys. It would have been cut off on you guys. Oh, you said the movements don't lie. Let me tell you something. Yeah, well, let's see if I can find something. Yeah, baby, I'm a dancer for life. That's how I feel about it. Dancing is what keeps me young. Dancing is what keeps me feeling sexy. It's one of the things, you know, it makes me feel good. Yeah, it's very energizing for my soul. It's like a universal language for me. Okay. What is this about? Here's me in the studio. It's just a short. Yeah, I was just stretching today. You know, I swear, if you don't use it, you lose it. So, I was trying to do my splits today. I'm totally not there. Totally not there. Totally. So that tells me that, you know, obviously I need to just keep stretching and stretching on a regular basis, because baby, and if you don't, then your body is going to It's going to show you. It's going to show you. So yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I woke up today in my right mind. Oh yeah, so you got that. Yeah, how you doing? Did you get, I was wondering if you got my email. I was wondering if you got my email. I'm looking for a video, you guys, so that's why I'm looking down. So, pardon me. I swear. And I saw we. I will definitely come back to the chat. I'm looking for something, so please bear with me. Y'all, please. Oh, here's another dance video. I don't know if you guys saw this one, but oh, I think I have a nip slip in that one. I don't know if I can show you this one. Oh, I'll get a copyright. Can't show you that one, but it's online. It's online. That's a little bachata. Boy, and I danced with that boy, and let me tell you something. He just knew I was in love with him, but I was not. I was not. But he's a good guy. Oh, is that right? Oh, is that right? Oh, man. Interesting. That's very interesting. But yeah, the book would probably help you. And the reason why I say that is because I go over some dreams in the book. Yeah, the forbidden nip slip. Forbidden. Okay, why? I'm looking for this video. I'm wondering why I have so many videos. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Funny times. I got a lot of good stuff in here, you guys. If you guys were sitting with me at my house, we'd be having coffee and I'd be showing you these things face to face. And we'd be having a good old time. You drink coffee? How do you say that in Espanol? Tu beber café? Is that right? I must be really determined to find this video for you all. I'm getting on my own nerves, but I gotta find it. And then I'll come back to the chat. Let me scroll all the way. All the way. Okay, I'm all the way. Interesting. Oh, that's that. Hold on. I'm all the way the other way. Oh, okay, sweetie. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that video is. I have to find it later. Sometimes you just can't find what you want to find when you want to find it. But that's all right. Let me look at the chat. Is that right? A good coffee in Australia is like $7. Well, that's just not right. That's just not right. Maybe if I can look it up, if I call, say, drum. No. Dance. No. One thing about my personality type is I have a hard time giving up on things. So when my mind is like set to find something or do, it's very hard to be like, oh, I'm not gonna do it. Some of you guys might be like me. So I said I was gonna leave it alone, but then I'm not leaving it alone. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Okay. I'm still waiting for my videos to load up. I know it's somewhere in here. Let me look at the chat. Okay. All right, hold on. I guess it really wouldn't matter It's somewhere on my YouTube page. Once I find it, that's what I'll do. Once I find it, I will pin it. But it is just, it's nothing special. It's just a time when I was in a girl band, and we were learning how to play the drums. And it's a certain type of drum that I learned how to play. It was like a dance and drumming band. Yeah. Such a time. Such a time. That's what I'm saying. Once it's like you look for something and then you don't find it, and then you come back and then there it is. Or when you're not looking for it, then there it is. It's the craziest thing. It's the craziest thing. It's so annoying. So annoying. So annoying. But when I do find it, I will pin it so I'll never have to look for it again. And I can't see all of my videos anyway because some of them are still loading up. And I'll show you that. They're still loading up. You see? Talk about annoyed. Some of my videos, it says like 18 and up. They were like, nope. And I'm not mad at that because they're probably right. Probably right. Yeah, it happens at the grocery store too. It's so annoying. That happened to me recently when I was looking for kale greens, and then I couldn't find the kale greens. But I found the collards. I ended up with the collards. I was like, I'm not even going to go through all this. It's just so annoying. I don't know. It's part of being an adult. It's crazy. I mean, that's the part. That's why I meditate. That's why I meditate, you guys. To meditate is to take the medicine. It's to take the medicine. But anyway, yeah, I can't find it. That's okay. I won't find it. But when I do find it, I will post it. I'll pin it. And then that way, you guys can see it. But it's really nothing special. But interesting though. Turns out it's right in my eye height. That's what I'm saying. It's just, now that's going to bother me because I can't find the thing and I'll be all annoyed by it. Very annoyed by it. Very annoyed. But anyway, this is the time I went to a nude beach. Oh, with the end of a beautiful sunset. I'm on my way to the nudie beach. Look at how far I walked. Oh my God, just me and my walking stick. Have you ever been to a nude beach before? I was just asking. And that was my first time going to the nudie beach. And I met somebody there. And it was so awkward because we were both naked. And baby, I was trying with all my might to not look at his package. But his package was just a swangling and dangling. No, there's no other angle. Child, his package was just a swangling and dangling. And I was just like, you're trying to look up, but you can't help it. Child. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. Emphasis on the middle part. Boy, I ended up hanging out with him. Yeah, I got some stories about that. You want to hear it? Here, let me play it for you. Hold on. I got a story. Story time. Here we go. Hold on. Because some things are just so good, you need to record it. I call this one, you guys know I'm a writer. Okay, if you didn't know, now you know. This one is, hold on. child. Just like pictures, I got a lot of stuff here. What the? Hold on. Yes, yes, yes. Here's a story for you.
She was sitting at home, minding her business,
Which I
listening
was.
to her favorite, at least one of her favorite speakers,
Can you hear
Osho.
it? Hang up.
She was smiling and sitting and smiling and sitting, just being as still as possible, because for one, it was hot, and then for two, it was hot. So being still just made sense. Plus, she decided that she wasn't going to work on her business because she had gotten to a place where she was like, it is what it is. She surrendered. She let go. And decided that she was simply was going to go with the flow and not attempt to constantly make something happen.
Mm-hmm. Setting the stage.
So she was sitting on the couch.
This is how I made it to the nude beach.
Right. Drinking some coffee. And then she started rubbing shea butter on her body. Lavender shea butter that she got from her friend's shop. Friend, lady who owns a shop in a very popular neighborhood. Black-owned shop. Gets a lot of her products imported from places in Africa and Jamaica. At least from memory.
So what I'm saying is, I was sitting at home minding my business, listening to Osho. I was drinking coffee. It was hot as fuck, okay? So I was being still. The next thing you know, I started rubbing this lavender shea butter on my body. This is before I got to the nude beach. This is the story on how I met what this is called the Mayan god with the Buddha tattoos. If you must know.
She was rubbing herself with oud oil,
And
rubbing her breast, rubbing her stomach, sanctifying her temple with oud oil, a sacred oil.
Sacred oil.
And a thought occurred to her at some point to go to Black's Beach to attend a birthday party that she had been invited to, and that the people were going to be around during sunset. And here we are. After listening to Osho, she realized that she only wanted what existence had for her. Whatever it was.
My email description.
Because she knew it was the best.
We're listening to a story.
She knew it was for her good.
You like sensual stories, this is one for you.
She was reminded that all things are for her good. Whatever the universe has for her. Whatever shows up So she decided that she was going to go to Black's Beach.
A nudie beach. That's how I got there.
Oh, when she got there, it was hard to find the... Well, actually, she walked right to the path that she needed to walk in. But she doubted herself. And she called her friend, who sent her completely on the wrong path. Away from where she was, actually.
Yeah, and she did.
Completely on the wrong path. To which she just decided to stop listening to her friend, and she decided to ask some strangers, who then pointed her way back to the path that she was originally on. And
it gets
that
better.
is where the nude beach is.
It gets better.
Also known as Black's Beach. Well, let me tell you, the way down was something. And she was so grateful that she brought her walking stick, which is more than a walking stick, it's a staff with the totem of the bear, which means courage.
I brought my walking stick with me. That's what I was showing you.
And she brought him in the water. And it was beautiful. And then she went, when she turned around, she saw this man.
Okay, then I met the man.
Who told her that he could see her strength.
And I'm naked, mind you. Okay?
This beautiful man.
And he's naked too at the nudie beach.
She tried not to look. Because after all, she had already taken off her dress. Her barely there blue dress. Because after all, they were naked on the nude beach. Some people had clothes on, some people didn't, but they were naked. She ignored him but acknowledged his spirit. And she said, "Thank you." And then she took her bare staff and plunged it into the land where she had laid her lapa, her fabric, and where she had placed her beach bag. And she decided to turn around and go back into the water. Because something said go back.
So I'm naked and I go back into the ocean.
Ah, yes. He said, "I see your strength. It's very... your energy is very strong." That's what he said.
So I'm naked. This guy says your
Very
energy is very
strong.
strong. I see your energy. We're at the nudie beach. Right?
That was his initial.
Thank you, Matthew.
Wording.
It's a story time for that ass.
She went back into the water and went deeper.
So now I'm going deeper into the water with my clothes
Laughing,
on.
singing.
Okay? I'm having this
She
time of my
come to the
life.
water with singing.
Thank you. Shout out to Australia.
We are responsible. She come to the water praying. She come to the water crying. She come to the water laughing. She'd come to the water to get free. And something
What we
broke
listening
and she
to?
got free.
We're listening to a story time of when I went to a nude beach and I met a Mayan, I call him the Mayan goddess with the Buddha tattoos. And so far, what it covers in this story is how I even got there, sitting at home, minding my business, drinking my coffee, listening to Osho. Osho is talking about basically, I don't even know what the topic was at the time, but whatever it was, it gave me the idea that I only wanted what popped up in my existence. Whatever it was that popped in my reality was what I wanted, which is kind of what Eckhart Tolle talks about, in the power of now and accepting your reality for whatever it is in that moment. And so it starts off by talking about how I decided to anoint my body before I even, just me sitting at home, and I use lavender shea butter and I use oud oil. And then next thing you know, I'm inspired to go to this birthday party, which is supposed to be taking place at the nude beach. It talks about how I bought my bear staff with me, which is, I can't remember which indigenous native culture I got this bear staff from, but yet the bear in this culture symbolizes courage. And so I take this long pilgrimage down to the nude beach, which was a whole pilgrimage in itself, just getting down to the water. I get there, I meet this man who's naked, okay? And he says something like, I see your courage, I see this, I see that. And then, that was that. And then I go into the water and I'm singing, I'm giving the water songs, I'm meditating, I'm praying, I'm laughing, and that's where we are in the story.
And she began to declare over and over that she only wanted what was for her.
Fair enough, Matthew.
She only wanted what was for her, whatever it was. She only wanted that, and she trusted. She only wanted what was for her, and she allowed the water to cool her body. And the waves crashed against her and her breast. And she made sure that she poured water over her head, releasing the tight ringlets that were falling, releasing the rest of the bend, and making her hair stretch even longer towards her butt. She did meditations where she could feel her hair on her butt. She could feel her locks sweeping her butt.
I've been great, Eric. How are you,
And
sweetie?
it felt great.
We're just listening to a story time.
She sat in the water and kneeled, her whole body wet with the healing mother as the tides twisted and turned.
I like enjoying your company too,
When she
sweetie.
turned around, she saw that man
Yeah, imagination.
again,
Powerful tool.
who said his English wasn't that good.
He didn't have the best English, this guy. No
And he
problem.
said I was beautiful.
Mm-hmm. It gets deeper.
I said thank you. And I told him my name, Bernetta, because I knew he needed to know my whole name, my true name, not just my nickname.
Leah, what's up, boo?
And he told me my name was beautiful too.
We're listening to a story. So basically, here we are in the story. So I'm naked in the water. I'm having the time of my life in the energy of the ocean with no clothes on. It's the first time I've ever been in the ocean naked. It's at sunset. I'm just overwhelmed with joy. My hair is wet, my body's wet. I'm just in ecstasy. And this man that I met earlier, when I first came down the mountain, the big hill, You know, he says what he says. You know, I see your courage. I see this. I see that. Yeah. And I'm like, thank you. I go back out into the water. I'm minding my business. I'm doing my thing because I came there to just allow, you know, I was just healing from a relationship, you know, and I needed that healing. I needed to be in the water. I needed to be naked. It was like, if you ever been in the water in the ocean naked before, that was my first time. And so it was very healing for me. And so this guy comes back around, and it's like at that time when he came back around, now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to pay attention to him because I've done my ceremony in the water already. He connects with me, and I decide to tell him my full name, not my nickname, which is B, but I tell him my full name. Okay, and he's like, "You're beautiful. Your name is beautiful." He tells me that his English isn't the greatest. So that's where we are in the story.
He told me his name. Oh, the beauty of this man.
He was beautiful.
His hair came past his chin in a mound of black curls, ringlets, fat, beautiful,
You're welcome.
Dark black ringlets, thick, never-ending curls. They were beautiful, and his skin was toasted.
You do too, everything. Thank you for
like
being
an
here.
Almond, toasted almond, deeply toasted almond. Deeply toasted.
He was beautiful.
And it was beautiful. And his chest was chiseled. He was a Mayan god. His nose and Mayan, everything's in Mayan. And he said he was from somewhere in Mexico. He'd only been here for a year.
I gotta go to Mexico again.
He told her that he loved her at some point.
This is me, boo.
He asked her if she was a witch.
See, I forgot all this.
How did you?
So I meet this guy at the water. Thank you. And we're both naked. Okay. This was an experience that was unlike any experience I had had up to that point. I'm inspired to go to the water. I'm inspired to go to the nude beach. My first time going to the nude beach. I get there, I meet this man. He tells me, I can see your courage, I can see this, I can see that. Okay. Oh, you're that guy? He goes on about his business. I meditate in the water. Like I told you, certain songs come to me. Like I told you, meditations come to me. Like I told you, guy comes back. He says, you're beautiful. He asks me my name. I tell him my name. He says, your name is beautiful. He tells me his name. He tells me he doesn't speak a lot of English. And now I'm noticing him. I'm noticing his body. I'm noticing his hair. I'm noticing everything about him, which was very Mayan. So that's why this story is called the Mayan Buddha, or the Mayan God with the Buddha tattoos. So, and it gets deeper. So I'm in this, it's almost like a meditation in itself to just be sitting talking to him. And he tells me, at some point, this man tells me that he loves me. This is so crazy. I know it's crazy. It doesn't make any sense to you. But baby, let me tell you, some things are beyond logic. Okay. Then he asked me if I was a witch. Okay, so let's back up the choo-choo train. Put your listening ears on now. I'm gonna get some more coffee. I'll back it up for those of you who couldn't hear.
He told her that he loved her at some point. He asked her if she was a witch, and she said, "How did you know?" Yes. And he said he was a warlock.
So he asked me if I was a witch. Which, listen, you need to know the depth of that word. And I said, how did you know? And he said he was a warlock. Y'all don't hear me though. This is the type of stuff that I really would reserve for the mystery school, but lately I've been giving people on my lives. I've been giving y'all some behind the scenes stuff because you guys need to eat. You need to eat too. You need to eat this spiritual food too. But let's continue. Does it remind you of the Lemonade album, you say, boo? Okay, let's go.
Well, one thing led to another.
One thing led to another.
And she said to him, "I might have to leave soon because it's getting dark and it's my first time. And somehow..."
Thank you, everything. Good point. Thank you for sharing that perspective.
He must have offered, or she must have asked. Yet the solution was that he would walk with her.
So I'm telling this guy, so we're sitting there, we're having this whole experience. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but nothing else mattered but that moment with him. I was locked in. And I'm telling him, I think I have to leave soon. What's my opinion on it? I'll share my opinion on it in a minute, boo. I'm telling him I might have to leave soon because it's getting dark. Okay? All right. And at some point we must have exchanged some type of understanding that he would walk me back up the mountain or back up the hill or whatever, because I didn't want to walk up, at night by myself.
And also, some point in the conversation, he was asking about her beads.
I was wearing my beads.
And also, some point in the conversation, ella hablar that she hablar español un poquito.
We're almost done with this story. It gets better.
He told her that he liked her beads and asked her about them, and she said, "These are my prayer beads, and this is an Yoruba tradition." And he said the 7 orishas, and she knew, he knew, they knew.
He knew about the orishas. I need to go to
the sign again from the ancestors. He already knew about her sacred beads.
A man already knowing about your sacred beads. Y'all don't hear me though. Some people are out here, you're chasing, but a man that's beyond just the surface, a man that has depth, a man that understands spiritual things and can see sensuality and spirituality as one. That's the man for me. Not a man that I have to tell. This was a unique man. And that's why I call him the Mayan god with the Buddha tattoos. Some of you men and some of you women, you need to go deeper. You're on the surface. All right, let's continue. I didn't mean to go off on y'all like that. Let's go.
Beautiful man.
He was beautiful. He was beautiful not only physically, he was beautiful mentally, he was beautiful spiritually. He knew what time it was.
And she noticed he was cold. He said that he would walk with her. And he said that she was divinely protected already, and he would offer extra.
The man had already offered me divine protection. He had already offered to walk with me. He just met me. He was already offering to cover me in his divine masculinity. While you got people on the internet arguing about dates, while you got people on the internet arguing about taking somebody to Burger King, you got people on the internet arguing about foolish things, the man was already offering his divine protection. The man was already in his God body. Men need mentorship on how to step into their God body. Women need mentorship on how to step into their goddess body. We don't have that. That's why people stay on the surface. That's why when I wear my beads, it's foreign. You don't understand spiritual things. You only understand Beyonce. You only understand what they tell you on the media, but you don't go deep enough. You stay on the surface. You're looking at symbols without even understanding what the symbols mean. We are spiritual beings. All right, continue.
Body protection. In the ocean they went.
So I go into the
She
ocean.
suggested, well, if you're cold, you need to take a dip in the water and you won't be cold anymore. He told her he was a great swimmer. She told him that she wasn't. In the water they both went. It was beautiful. He came and he held her. They were connected. At the end of the sunset, the very end, light enough to see. They played in the water together, him lifting her up, jumping over the waves as her ass bounced against his dick, which she did her best to not gaze at. she couldn't help but notice.
Because it was big.
Just knowing that it was readily obvious as it bumped against her ass cheeks. And as she jumped over the waves.
So in case you didn't hear that, so I'm in the water with this man. We're in the ocean. I've already built a sacred trust with this man. We're naked on the nude beach in the water at sunset. We're playing in the water. He's, picking me up in the water. And we're just having the time of our lives. I'm naked. My ass is bumping against his dick. And it's a beautiful experience as there's this, I appreciate the beauty of this man. We're having so much fun together. It's an energy, it's a meditation that is hard to really articulate. Yet I want you to understand. Okay? Hear me what I'm saying now.
She giggled and screamed with glee. They played in the water and he laughed and she laughed. And they laughed.
And we're just playing in the water.
Looked at each other. When they were done playing, they laid down on her.
I'll give you my opinion, boo.
He pulled her close, kissed her lips. She received the kiss.
So now he pulls me close and he kisses me. I receive.
Tasting like the ocean.
His lips tasting like the ocean,
the sunset,
tasting like the sunset,
tasting like love,
tasting like love.
They kissed. His hands wandered.
Hi, beautiful.
And found her pussy. He rubbed. Her hands wandered and found his dick and its girth and its width. She was very much so pleased.
So at this point, we're kissing on the beach.
He was very much so pleased.
Hands wandering.
And immediately, they moved towards the water again and found another place in the sand. And they fell on top of each other. She on top of him, grinding in the darkness that seemed to cover the beach quickly. But there was a stranger.
So now we're on the beach, and well, we were always on the beach, but now we're on the beach. We've connected to each other in a sensual way. First, we connect in a practical way, in a spiritual way. Then we connect in a sensual way. And now we're grinding on the beach. Something has been activated big time. And all of a sudden, there's this guy that just kind of pops up out of nowhere, all right?
Nearby, just gawking. They didn't care.
There was a guy that was watching us
Her only rule was that she wasn't going to have sex. And so when he attempted to, she said, no, we need a condom.
So yeah,
thinking to herself she couldn't imagine what size condom he would wear. It's big and it's juicy and it's plump. She wondered how he would taste in her mouth.
Ooh.
But she knew she would take her time exploring that, if allowed.
So here we are on the beach grinding. There's some docker nearby. We didn't care. We were gone. We had left the building. We left the planet. And the man is like, okay, my only thing was I wasn't going to have full out sex. And the reason why is because there was no condom. And I'm thinking to myself at the time when we're on the beach, I'm thinking to myself, what size condom is going to fit this man in the first place? It's huge. And I'm thinking to myself, how is he going to taste in my mouth? I'm thinking to myself these things, and that's what's said in the story time. This story is for grown-ups. Okay. Again, this is the Mayan god with the Buddha tattoos. 13 minutes left to this.
There was nothing but time. And they were grinding and grinding. Meanwhile, the stranger was getting closer and closer to the point where he was in arm's reach. And she turned around and gasped. And her hero, her man, got up and immediately spoke really clear English to the man. Chased him and beat him, apparently.
So the gawker is getting closer and closer as we're grinding on the beach. Finally, the gawker is like in arm's reach. He's way too close, okay? My man, because he was my man at that point, he gets up and he tells the gawker in clear English, even though he said his English was not the greatest, his English was very clear then. He's telling the gawker whatever he's telling him. He chases the man, he beats the man. Y'all, funny, because he's running around and is naked, and it was just so funny. But anyway.
He came back. She had already moved towards the water.
12 minutes.
He came back and he apologized for what had happened. That she would even be put in harm's way.
So he comes back, he apologizes for me being put in harm's way, okay?
And she just laughed.
And I just laughed.
Called him her hero.
And called him my hero.
Said that it was funny seeing him run naked. Chasing someone.
I need some coffee. 11 minutes.
In the night.
Ooh. Sure.
They laughed as they watched the plankton and the ocean glow beneath their feet, impressed by this divine miracle. They smiled as they watched the moon. Earlier they laughed as they watched the stars, and she counted them in Spanish. He was her coach. And then she said, I think it might be that time to go, if you're ready to go. And he said yes. And he went out and washed the sand from his body. And she did the same. She slipped on her barely there dress, and he put on his shorts and his shirt and his sandals, and they began the long walk up the twisted twisted, dark, pitch black.
So now we're getting ready to leave the nudie beach, okay? He goes into the water. He washes the sand off of him. I go into the water. I wash the sand off of me. Okay. The way down to the nudie beach is pretty gnarly because it's like big hill. It's a challenge. So now we have to go back up. So I put on my barely there dress. He puts on his shorts or whatever, and then we start the walk up. I got to tinkle the gas.
Hill with bushes. You name it. It's there. But she felt so safe with him. And she felt so safe with her ancestors. They stopped and took mini breaks because she carried lots of water. He carried her bag. He said, that's okay with every step. Sometimes he took his finger and he slid up her pussy to motivate her. And she walked up the hill. She moaned.
So yeah, as we're walking up the hill, he's playing. He's playing. He's inserting fingers. And the whole time, Bobby. It's just. Anyway, 8 minutes left.
They made it up the hill. It seemed like within a blink of an eye. It seemed like a marathon in a moment. And she was so grateful. Where did you park? She said, I took a lift. He said, I have a car. I'll take you home. She said, thank you.
So he takes me home.
He stopped at the gas station. She offered to pay gas. He refused.
I offered to give him gas money. He's like, no.
He asked her if she lived alone. She said no. Or if she lives alone, she said yes. I live alone. He parked his car. She asked him to come in.
I asked him to come in.
He came in. She asked him to sit down. She offered him tea with honey and lemon.
I offered him tea with honey.
She put on meditation music.
I put on meditation music.
Went to the bathroom and rinsed the sand off her body. And came back in all white.
I came back in all white.
He, having finished his tea, looked at her and said, wow. With shea butter in her hands, she began to attempt to oil herself. He took over the job and rubbed her down with the mixture of shea butter and sand.
For sure.
The sand that he still had on his hands. she received, feeling exfoliated. She rinsed or wiped the small increments of sand on her body off of her body. He touched her pussy. She touched his dick. They played and moaned. She sat on top of him and rubbed her pussy against his dick. They played and moaned.
You're doing great. Shout out to Sweetie. We're listening to a story. It's almost over. 5 minutes.
He wanted to go inside so bad.
So he wanted to.
He laid her on the couch. He rubbed his dick against her pussy. He could feel the wetness. He moaned because he wanted so much to go inside. But he respected her. And so he didn't. He kissed her pussy.
I know.
And he licked it and held on to her clitoris and sucked it and licked it and sucked it while she moaned and trembled and rubbed his hair, his thick curls between her hands, between her fingers. And he became so excited as she shivered into her orgasm. And he licked and licked and licked. And when she was done, she kissed him, loving the taste. And she rubbed his dick. While he gave her oral, he put her feet like on his dick, at least throughout the times, and it was beautiful. She massaged his dick with her feet. And then he massaged his dick while she rubbed her pussy. And every once in a while he would rub his dick on her pussy. And it was beautiful. And he came all over her, on her thighs, over her hand which was covering her pussy. And it was beautiful. And then she gave him a towel. He used the restroom and told her her restroom was beautiful.
Focus. Some of y'all can't focus worth a damn.
She saged.
And then I
When he
used my
was
stomach.
done, saged him and gave him water, massaged his hands, his strong hands. He gave her a space to lay on top of him. Fell asleep. Shortly thereafter, he woke himself up after realizing he'd been sleeping. Relaxed. She said she would get something to eat. relaxed, he said that he was going to go home. She walked him out and kissed him. He said, "You are truly a queen." Truly. It all happened within the energy of the sunset.
2 seconds left.
In the energy of the ocean. In the energy of the ancestors. Bless the ancestors.
Bless the ancestors. So yeah, you guys. True story, true experience. No, we did not have full-on intercourse. That did not happen. And yet we had a very special moment. It was magical. And it was magical not because of the physical nature of it only. It was magical. I know, right? Turn the AC on. It was magical because of the spiritual nature, because of the connection. The reason why I say the story is called The Mayan God with the Buddha Tattoos, because when I took him to my house and I looked at his body, like closely underneath the light, the tattoos that he had were of a Buddha nature. And I was like, wow, because as we stated earlier, we were talking about how my mentor is a Tibetan Buddhist. And so when I saw that, and here I am, I have Buddha statues on my altar, and here this man before me has Buddha tattoos on his body. It was an experience that was like no other. It was almost like an out-of-body experience. It was one of those once-in-a-lifetime experiences. All right, so let me look at the chat because I know I've been missing things and I don't want to ignore you guys in here. Yeah, what a story indeed. Yeah, thank you. Again, I said shout out to Sweden. Okay, everything. What do you want to know? What do you want to know? Is this you itching? Esotericism does align with believing Lucifer. Hold on, let me go back. It disappeared. As the light bringer, the one who gave freedom to Adam and Eve against the supposed evil God. Yeah. I think the story of Adam and Eve is multi-layered, and there's a lot of different theories on it. The snake itself, there's a lot of wisdom to be found in the energy of the snake. And this is known throughout various esoteric traditions and esoteric knowledge, the wisdom of the snake, and which some have in Christianity have said was Lucifer maybe. But the reality of the situation is the energy of the snake is far beyond that. It's far beyond that religious framework. It's beyond religion itself. It's spiritual. So you could think about, here's another framework. You know, some people talk about the Anunnaki, Enki, Enlil, all of that. Some people say the story of Adam and Eve is like a borrowed story. My thoughts on it is that it's incomplete in what we are made to understand from it. Some people say that, okay, why would God want to keep people from knowledge? Again, and there's some people say that this is all a metaphor. And there's so many other frameworks surrounding the story of Adam and Eve in the garden. My thoughts on it, wisdom is something we all have. And one of the keys to life is the knowledge of self. And we need to unlock that key. When I say unlock that key, I mean allow ourselves access to the key of knowledge of self, which in my opinion is beyond any type of man-made religion. I think that man-made religion is great if that is what you want. Whatever your religion is, if you have a religion, that's great if you want one. Because I'm not here to tell anyone what they should and what they shouldn't do. Everyone's path is unique to them. If you're a Christian, be a Christian. If you're a Muslim, be a Muslim. If you Judaism, whatever it is, atheist, pagan, whatever it is, do you, boo. At the end of the day, for me, knowledge of self is where it's at. And when I say knowledge of self, it's the realization that there is no self. It's the realization that we are beyond the roles, we are beyond religious frameworks, we are beyond categories and, texts, beyond words, beyond what we call God. We call it God. When you call something something, it's almost like extinguishing its power. It's your attempt to categorize something. Anyway, but when people call God God, what I think of it is source. And I feel that we're not separate from source. These characters, Lucifer, Satan, all these are characters in my mind. These are energy. This is energy. It's just energy. And it's energy that we're not separate from, as much as we would like to think of ourselves as being separate from. And blaming something outside of ourselves, blaming Satan, for example. So that's what I think about it. What else? So what's my opinion on the theosophy and Western esoteric belief of Lucifer? You're talking about like Lucifer being the son of morning. I don't have an opinion on it. I really don't. I don't have an opinion on Lucifer, the energy of Lucifer. I don't think I've studied that probably in a long time. So I really don't have an opinion on it. Do I think of anything being inherently good or evil? No. Energy is energy. It's all about what you do with it. Do I think there are people out here who are doing evil things in the name of Lucifer and Satan? Sure. Sure they are. But there are also people out here doing evil things in the name of God. So there you go. So there you go. So there you go. All right. Yeah, that was me telling the story in the recording. Yep, that was me. So yeah, you guys, if you didn't know, now you know. You know, I'm a writer. I enjoy the art of telling a story, even though that is a true story. And I've written in many different modalities, you know, from peer-reviewed, researched business studies to channeled information from the ancestors to meditation music with a psychedelic influence. And why do I tell you these things? Because I'm an individual that is hell-bent, if you will, or heaven-bent, or heaven-bound and hell-bent on speaking my truth, living my truth, demonstrating my truth. And when you see me, I hope that you are inspired to live your truth and speak your truth and be all of who you are, instead of feeling like you need to be like the next person. Again, this goes back to knowledge of self. So I open up my life, the different things I do, the aspects of my life, for the purpose of inspiration. You know, it's not just so I can talk about myself for the sake of talking about myself. It's so that you can see yourself, which, again, there's no self. Those of you who are not initiated into spiritual matters, this is not going to make any sense to you, because you're solely interested and you solely understand life by logic only. And although logic is important, logic is only one piece to the puzzle. It's a big piece. So on this channel, there's many pieces. On this channel, what you say, how can the source block us from knowledge that was supposedly? You can't. It's an illusion. The only blockage that we have is the one that we set within ourselves. So if you wanted to look at it from an esoteric lens, Lucifer is not separate from you. These characters, these energies, Lucifer, Satan, God, none of these things are separate from you. All of these energies you contain. You contain. The only thing that can block you from source is your perspective, is your mindset, but you're never blocked from source. And that is the key. That is the mystery. You're never blocked from knowledge. You're never blocked from wisdom. You're not separate from it. It's a part of you. The illusion is the illusion of separation. The illusion is the assumption that Satan is out there, Lucifer is out there, God is out there. But all of these energies are energies that you're not separate from. So yeah. So there's no true blockage. Only blockage is the one that you have in your own framework. What you say, so if we're talking about a battle between good and evil, why would Lucifer be the light bringer? Because at the end of the day, the only battle is the battle that you have within. Yeah, at the end of the day, that is the battle. You see what I mean? Hey TJ, what you say? Energy just released. Is that right, TJ? Ah. Okay, what you say, sweetie? Everything? Yeah. Well, first of all, um, truly, the light is not separate from dark, and the dark is not separate from light. Okay, TJ, I'm glad you had a good experience. Now you need rest. When you think about yin yang, well, it doesn't have to answer it. The answer might not fit your specifications, but it is what it is. I'm not always going to scratch your mind because that's not my sole purpose of being here, to stimulate your mind and to give you answers for your journey. That's not what I'm here for. So, oh well. Oh well. Nevertheless, it's beyond just having mental answers. Really, it's about your walk. Really, it's about consciousness, higher consciousness. Really, it's about how are you making a difference in your own reality? And how are you shifting the reality around you? And how are you making this world a better place? Beyond these concepts, you could talk about these concepts. We could philosophize until the cows come home. But at the end of the day, what is your heart wisdom? Many of you are so hung up on head wisdom, and that's great because we need head wisdom as well. Yet if head wisdom was enough alone, well, our Kemetic ancestors wouldn't have kept the heart and the body for the afterlife. What you say, boo? I've been battling this for years because I can't understand it. This world is truly under Lucifer's domain. Then why should I accept Lucifer as a light? You don't have to accept anything. You don't have to accept anything. Because maybe the reason why it's hard for you to understand is because you're still, sounds like, and I could be wrong, that you're still looking at things from a man-made religious lens. And if you're still looking at things from a man-made religious lens, then some things are going to be hard for you to understand. Because the spiritual world is beyond religion. It's beyond religion. It just is. It was before religion. Man-made religion is man-made doctrine. But when we talk about Lucifer being the light bearer, so to speak, that's from man-made religion. But your journey, maybe part of your journey, is to meditate on what that really means from an esoteric lens. Maybe start there. At the end of the day, the Lucifer that you're talking about is within. The Satan, the devil, is within. Just like God is within, nothing is separate. You know, nothing is under anybody's dominion. It's simply that the people don't realize the power that they have to transform their own world. And so they have to find a scapegoat. They find a scapegoat in the devil. They find a scapegoat. Thank you. Was it? How do you pronounce your name? I'm just going to call you 81. They have to find a scapegoat. Thank you. Thank you, 81. Thank you. They have to find a scapegoat. And they find a scapegoat in the... Thank you, 81. Thank you. And they find a scapegoat in the devil. Thank you, Ibak. Thank you. Thank you, 81. So, in my opinion, What you say, everything. But again, everything, even from within, I should put my faith in the devil within. What you say, boo? Let me read that again. Even from within, I should put my faith in the devil within from my knowledge of this world. No. First of all, put your faith in yourself. Put your faith in yourself. You know. Put your faith in the knowing that you are not separate from any of these entities. You are not separate from any of these energies. You are not separate from. Put your faith in the knowing that just like the universe takes care of the birds, the universe will take care of you. Knowing that you're not separate from, knowing that you're part of the all. You know what I mean? But esotericism has such a strong view on this. Yeah, there's a lot of head knowledge to be found. Even in the esoteric world, yeah. There's a lot of things to study and to look at. And a lot of head scratchers out there. But beyond the head scratchers is the knowing that you are beyond. If you were to break this all the way down, there is a meditation that simply is, there's two ways to look at this. There's the I am meditation, and then there's the I am no thing meditation. And the I am no thing meditation is the same as the I am meditation. The I am no thing is realizing that you are no thing. You are the space that allows for everything else, which goes to the I am meditation. Don't get so caught up in words. Because words, even though I like words as a writer, words are only one form of expression. It's really not about the words. It's about energy. It's about energy. So at the end of the day, what I would probably focus on is my heart space, my heart wisdom. And not so much my head wisdom. You could do that, but don't get caught up in that. You know, you could go on a quest, yet ultimately you'll find yourself. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Before you there is no right or wrong path. There is no right or wrong path. Path you take is the path you take in the classroom of life. This is a classroom. It's just a classroom of life. And we're all in this classroom together. Again, it's not so much about the head knowledge, it's about the heart wisdom and how you apply it in your real world, how you apply it in your day-to-day. For example, you know, I don't really spend my days focusing on Lucifer and Satan and the devil and any of that foolishness. I focus on being the light. I am the light. You are the light. I focus on allowing my light to shine. First of all, to shine for myself. I focus on something called self-love. I focus on loving myself more. And what does that mean? That means treating myself a certain kind of way, nurturing myself, allowing myself to be a human being on this earth, allowing myself to make mistakes, not expecting perfection from myself, giving myself the freedom, you know, making an attempt to not judge myself so much, making an attempt to not be so critical with myself, making an attempt to nurture myself and pour into myself, because the more that I do that, the more that I'm going to radiate a certain type of energy, and the more I'm actually going to be able to affect my reality. You can't help but try to rationalize things. At the end of the day, this world came from something. Many things are guiding us. Well, you can rationalize until the cows come home. Many things are guiding us and manifesting in our lives. It's impossible to not see with the right eyes. Yeah, well, like I said, you can rationalize and philosophize. Whatever you choose to do to entertain yourself, you can do that. You can do that. But I don't. I just don't. Because my path at this point in time in my life, maybe I, used to be caught up like yourself in that. But at this point, in April, I'll be 46 years young. My spiritual path started in 1980. So I'm kind of like beyond that place of, really majoring on the minors in my mind. I'm beyond that. Not that I'm above you. No one is above you. No one is below you. Yet that's just not my thing. What I'm focused on is being the light. Do I have a mystery school? Yes. Do I talk about esoteric things in the mystery school? Yes. Yet at the end of the day, everything that I do comes down to one single denominator, and that denominator is love. That's it. It's simple. Good morning. Good morning, JS. How are you doing this lovely, mighty, fine morning? Good morning. But yeah, you can rationalize, you can drive yourself crazy if you want to. As for me, yeah. How can we put our faith in any belief when we can't truly know how we are here, what made us? What made us, what is controlling the energies around us, whether we as people are truly God? I just don't know. Yeah, well, first of all, putting your faith in belief, I could see you have, I could see that everything. I could see how you got to that place too, because it sounds like your mind is really active. Yeah, because you talk about faith and belief, that word is problematic. But what I mean is, in order to believe something, you also disbelieve. Disbelief and belief kind of go together, So I can see how you would kind of be on a hamster wheel, most definitely. Oh, thank you, JS. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Shout out to my subscribers out there, my new subscribers and my old subscribers. I appreciate you. I'm very grateful that you're here. Thank you for being part of this channel. To know then, what you say, everything, what you say, sweetie? To know then, not believe. I understand. Okay, so you're saying to know, not believe? At the end of the day, what you need to know is you're beyond any of these things, and that's what I'm saying. Oh, my eye itch. You've got an eye itch. You're beyond any of these things, You're heavy in the place where it's like you're seeking knowledge, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I always say there are levels. There's levels to this classroom called life, and maybe eventually you'll get to the place where you're just focused on being the light. If you get there, if it's your path, But try not to drive yourself crazy on this journey of trying to figure out everything. Some things are mystery until the mystery is revealed. You see, and that's just the reality of the situation. What I thought I knew in the early 2000s, maybe I have a different perspective on it now. The older I get, the more I know that I don't know. And that's a mystery in itself, and it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just enjoy the journey without getting caught up in what you may not know now at this moment in time. Because at the end of the day, it's not so much about what you know, it's about what you do and how you act. You can know all of these things. You know all the wisdom of the world. But do you have love? Do you have charity? And how is that demonstrated in your life energy? How is that demonstrated in your walk? Can you treat people with kindness? Can you offer somebody who is thirsty a cup of water? You know, these are, yeah, it all comes from here, the moment. Exactly. That's the only thing that really matters, is this present moment and what you're doing with it. You know, like I said, you could wonder and pontificate, and there's nothing wrong with all of that, because you know we do that here on this channel. Yet at the end of the day, as I said a million times, it all comes down, for me anyway, it comes down to the love. You know, am I showing love? Am I demonstrating love? Am I demonstrating the light of love in myself and in this world? Because if we could do that, then the world would truly be a better place. You know, the powers that be, they have all kinds of esoteric wisdom and esoteric knowledge, as you can see it demonstrated in, you know, the Masonic temples, and through the Rosicrucians, and through the Knights Templar, and all of that. They have a lot of esoteric wisdom that the people don't understand. People are not privy to, because they don't study. Okay? And yet, that doesn't automatically make them, you don't see love demonstrated in the world, even with all of the esoteric secret knowledge that's basically on display here in our structures, in our government, on our money, etc., etc. So this is why I say it's not so much about the knowledge, it's about basically what you do with it. Are you loving or are you not? Are you the light or no? What you say, boo? There's a great book called The Problem of Pain by C.S. Lewis, that focuses on, I missed that, focuses on not focusing where God is, and that our moral compass and love ourselves and others is, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once you realize that all things are within, you know, all things. There's the only thing that you can see it on the outside of you is for it to be within you. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it on the outside of you. So all things are from within, as the ancestors say, as within, so without, as without, so within, as above, so below. There is nothing that is separate. Nothing is separate. So that means the concept of good and evil, the concept of light and dark, yin yang. If you look at yin yang, if you look at that symbol itself, you will see the black and the white and the white and the black, that even though they appear to be separate, they are also the same. You know, out of all things come from source. All spectrums of light in white, all spectrums of light in black. So it's like, that's a mystery in itself. There's nothing that's separate from you. Hey Alex, what you say? I'm a representation of that. Awesome, Alex. How have you always felt that? Do I think we live on a flat earth? No, I don't. But have I walked the earth to see? No, I haven't. I haven't. But I understand that there's, of course, different theories out there. The flat earthers theory and all of that. What is interesting though is scientists over the eons have been imprisoned for their discoveries because their discoveries interfered with the missions of the church. And so they were imprisoned for their knowledge. Oh, you say yin yang represents the flat earth? Okay, I never heard of that before. I like the way like the word balance. Yeah, balance. In the end, we'll know. On the way, I'll wonder. Yeah, and that's okay too. Like I told you, the more I think I know, the more I don't. The more I don't. And yet, all of the knowledge and all of the wisdom is within. It's not separate from us. The libraries that were burned down, all of that is not separate from us. All of that knowledge, all of that wisdom is within us. Within us. I am sure there are channels that we haven't unlocked in our body, channels that we haven't discovered in our DNA, channels that we haven't discovered within our brain. Even the fact that the mind is not located in the brain, that scientists don't technically know where the mind is, which is crazy. It's crazy. There's a lot that is a mystery to us. The symbol of yin yang is the moon and sun revolving around the flat earth. Okay, that's good. That's an interesting theory. Yet the point of it all is realizing that nothing is separate from you, including the symbol of yin yang, which also represents that first of all, yes, balance indeed, but also the fact that the black is in the white is in the black. So I want to ask you, what you say, scientists explain the what, but rarely the why. Of course, I'm implying that there's even a why, which there might not be. Yeah, science is, there's limitations to science. Yeah, science has its limitations by default. Science has limitations, there's a lot that's not understood. Yeah. And we use scientific tools sometimes to understand esoteric things. We're missing. A big part of science, I feel, is intuition. Some of the things that the discoveries that science made were because they used their intuition. They were far out there. They were far out there when they made some of these discoveries. These people, when you think of the formula E equals MC squared, for example, someone had to find out E. Someone had to discover E. These people were imprisoned. They were imprisoned for thinking completely outside of the box. And yet, if it wasn't for these people who, some of them were deemed crazy, definitely deemed heretics, if it wasn't for these people, we wouldn't have that great formula that we have. Our ancestors were very much so aware of these scientific things. When we look at alchemy, it talks about scientific things. Science is like a toddler compared to alchemy, which is a spiritual science, But our ancestors, which came from Kemet, our ancestors were aware of things that we're just not aware of as human beings because we're not taught. And we're not taught probably for various reasons. Because if we realized, for example, that the power was within, we would not be able to be controlled. If we realized that we contained the keys, if we realized that there was no devil, if we realized that, you know what I mean, that there was nobody walking around with a pitchfork, and there was no God in the sky, for example, and that these energies actually mean something beyond what we're taught in religious texts, then we would be less, we wouldn't be able to be controlled, and people wouldn't be able to make money off of us. But we as human beings, we don't understand these things, in the first place. It's just like we get hung up on race, for example. We're still hung up on race as human beings. We're still stuck there. And that's so elementary. So elementary. This is why we're so easily controlled. Race, politics, religion. I would have to say those are the top things that control us as a civilization. Would you guys agree there? Okay, what are we talking about in the chat? Most scientists needs funding. Follow the money. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure nothing is truly clean. And I'm sure most things, if not all, are probably tainted, maybe to some degree. Yeah, there might be checks and balances to a certain degree, but I would imagine that things also slip through the crack because we're dealing with men in general, Okay, scientists overstep their power on the world and their so-called theories. Yeah, they're theories, they're just theories, but also, science is one piece of the puzzle. There's science and then there's alchemy, Okay, let's see here, what we got here. What you guys say? I mean, the creation of the world is the biggest. The world is the Big Bang theory, and most believe that. Yeah, I mean, but at the end of the day, yeah, that is a theory, the Big Bang theory. And there's many theories, many theories. And personally, I don't really get too caught up in the theories, per se. What I do focus on is, like I said, being the light. And in my opinion, and this is a theory, that all things come from source, all things come from one. But I think that's also science too. That without source, there couldn't be anything. Just like scientifically, the largest thing in the room is space, is the nothingness, which allows for everything else. So out of nothingness, all things show up from the nothingness. Otherwise, what's going to hold the space? What's going to hold the things that are in the space? The nothingness. Okay. What do we say? What we got? Sometimes I feel like together we are the answer. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I wish that we could remove the barriers that we have as human beings. I wonder what the world would look like if we didn't have the barrier of religion, and if we didn't have the barrier of politics, and if we didn't have the barrier of race, and if we didn't have the barrier of gender, and if we didn't have the barrier of country lines. What kind of world would this be if human beings just decided to be human beings? You know what I mean? Okay. What you say? Science will help prove that God exists. Yeah, they might. They might. Okay. When I think about God, I think about an energetic frequency. I think about source. I think about uh, this energy that we each have in all of us. And all creation has that energy within it. That's what I think about. I don't think about God from a religious standpoint. I think about God from an energetic standpoint. And then I think, you know, it's beyond what we call God. I think of it as energy. And I think of us all containing, of everything containing that energy. Real eyes, realize, real lies. Oh, I like that. That's good. That's very good. Well said. What I don't understand, and that you say as you get older, you realize how much you don't know, but you put so much confidence in your statement about the what. No, no, and it's not for understanding. You know, it's not for understanding in the first place. The more you think you know, the more I think I know, the more I don't know. That's Buddhist wisdom. That's Buddhist wisdom. Hmm. That's something that can be studied. So it's probably why you don't understand it. Because, like I said earlier, some things that I say is not going to make any sense to your logical mind because your logical mind is seeking understanding. This is wisdom beyond that. There's wisdom that's beyond what you know, what you think you know. So when I say that I know nothing, it's a matter of pouring yourself out. It is windy where I am. You notice that? Wind is cutting up. Uh, I think sex, money, and greed rule us all. You think so? I guess it depends on the person, huh? Hey, hey, thank you. How do you spell it? Umberto. Big Bang Theory is laughable at best. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't. Do you have another theory that you agree with more so than Big Bang Theory? Nothing can create something. Okay, well, there's an opinion there. I have an idea of stopping WW3. Yeah, I want to hear it. I'd love to hear your idea. What you say, I think we're here in this realm to experience certain things, and this realm isn't supposed to be perfect or peaceful. Okay, yeah, I can see that. How am I Dr. B? My doctorate degree is in business administration. Would you say, I think at the end of the day, we need one world government, but how do you create that while there's race? And how do you create that while there's politics? I mean, like, party lines. They say eventually we'll have one world government. At least that is a prophecy, which probably goes back to the new world order that people talk about. One world government, one this, one that, da 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 da. Which I don't know. We might, but it would be nice if people could actually govern themselves. It would be nice, but accountability is unheard of. Unheard of. But to me, it could all be so simple. What y'all say? Yeah, like I said, it's money. So I thought about a splicing machine that makes one race, but this fair percentage of every single race into one human being, just print the same human being with each equal race. Oh, let me go back to that. That's interesting. Okay. Just print the same human being with equal race in different orders. That's very interesting. But you know what's crazy about the whole race thing? And I've said this before over and 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 over, that this thing we call race is a lie, you guys. It's a social construct to begin with. It's a social construct to begin with. So really, there is no race but the human race. You know, there is no black person, there is no white person, none of that. That's all foolishness, really. It's foolishness. It was made up to begin with to keep people separate and to keep people divided in the first place. What we do need to focus on is the fact that we're 99.9% genetically the same. Okay. In the first place. What you say? Oh, hey, shout out to Italy. Thank you for being here. One world government is a crazy idea. Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. One world government would be AI, super intelligence, and it would be horrible. Yeah, AI is definitely, you know, changing the context of things. But at the end of the day, you know, AI is something that human beings pour their energy to, it pour their energy into, and and that's fine and dandy. But at the same time, human beings need healing. You know, I've said to myself, and I've thought about this, that it's not so much about the AI, it's about the human beings that program the AI. You know, you got sick people programming things to begin with. And that's problematic, is it not? Oh, you'd vote for me, Dr. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. But I would not want to be anybody's president of anything. Because what's absolutely not. Because you know what? The president, you can never make everybody happy. You can never make everybody happy. Somebody's always going to complain. Seems like a very stressful job. I think you got to be crazy to even want to be president in the first place. Because what? You know, I think that's a massive, I don't know, that needs to be studied. A person's psychology who even wants to be the president of the United States. You know, because I low key feel that you got to have a true thirst for power to even want to be president of the United States. You see what I'm saying? But this is just my thought. That's just my opinion on it. But I would never want to be president. I would never. I would never. No. What y'all say? Good conversation, by the way, you guys. Is the root to all evil to have one world government? Yeah, I mean, some people might feel that way. Fascism, okay, all right. Yeah, but you can't stop it. Pretty soon there's 4 nations, then 2, then 1. Interesting. The variety of humans is a good thing. It gives you different perspectives. Yeah. Sometimes separation is a good way of preserving uniqueness. Yeah. I can understand that perspective too. I like to say that we are like a box of crayons. We're like a box of crayons. You know, we're all crayons. You know, but we're just different hues. You know, different colors, and there's beauty in every crayon. There's beauty in every crayon, and every crayon is useful. Every crayon has a purpose. Every crayon can make a beautiful picture. Every crayon, you know, I don't know, when you were a kid, the more crayons, the better. The more crayons, the better. Okay, what y'all say? Back for round 2. Okay. Okay, TJ. Ethnicity is beautiful. There's only one race. Yes, human race. I agree. But but what if there was one race made by every race equally inside of every human on earth? Race is a social construct, but somehow it'll always be the source of trust and mistrust. I'm not like that, but others, yeah. I just feel like we've gotten so hung up on it that it's the only thing that we see, and I feel like in so many ways it just destroys humanity. It destroys humanity, especially, you know, when you look at the whole purpose of it being created was to divide, was to separate, was to actually to keep the powers that be in a position of authority. But at one point the Irish were considered black. You see. But those in high power, those with wealth, wanted to maintain that particular social construct, that construct, and so They said either you're gonna be on this side or you ain't. So really, it was created to for different reasons, but one of them is to maintain the wealth pyramid, maintain the power pyramid, keep the poor people from getting together with poor people and realizing the power that they had. I just wish that we weren't so caught up in race. I feel like it hurts us as a humanity. It really does. Okay, what y'all say? Okay, exactly. Race is human race. We can have children. Yeah, we're genetically the same. They trace our DNA back to two people. I mean, I just looked this up the other day. I was reading it. Hold on, let me read it to you. Let me read it to you. Photos. I took a picture of this. I want a summary. Oh, that's my video, so let me go back. Library. Okay. If you were to trace all our family trees as far into the past as possible, you'd find that we're all related, albeit extremely distantly. The common female ancestor from all humans are descended is the mitochondrial Eve, and scientists believe she lived in Africa some 2,000 years ago. Recent research may have narrowed down that location to an oasis in the Kalahari Desert, making it the ancestral homeland of all humans alive today. According to the researchers, Eve is technically known as mitochondrial most recent common ancestors, or MT-Eve and MRCA for short, and her lesser known male counterpart is known as Y chromosomal Adam. He is also believed to have lived in Africa around 150,000 to 300,000 years ago. So, the root of our ancestors that we know, according to science, is Africa. And all of our ancestors took their ass out of Africa, okay? If we all were taught that, and that was preached, I think we would treat each other different. Understanding that our DNA is 99.9% the same. 98 to 99% the same. I'm just saying. What you say is scary that someone would want to end humanity the way you describe. Okay, you're talking to somebody else in the chat. Even if we look or act different, there's something that connects us. Yeah, we're all connected. We're all connected. Power to the people. Yeah, power to the people. I can spell the alphabet 10 times over. Okay. Culture is beautiful between ethnicities, and they can harmonize rather than divide. Yeah, there's a difference between culture, ethnicity, and race. Those are definitely different. There's different definitions for each of those. Okay. This is why we need religion, believe it or not, because they'll be the only ones to not turn hybrid machine and link their brains to the AI. Well, their brains are already linked to other things. Yeah, maybe they don't need to link their brains to AI. Maybe their brains are already linked to tomfoolery. I mean, that's just my opinion. Yeah, you don't need to be linked to AI in order to be linked to tomfoolery, and not to say that to be linked to AI is to be linked to tomfoolery, Yeah, you don't, some things are things are already brainwashed anyway. So, you know, the assumption is that people are using their God-given brains to begin with versus handing it over to man-made doctrine. That's the assumption in that statement. No offense to you if you are religious. Like I said, I accept everybody. I'm an English guy living in Serbia. The difference is beautiful, and only love can harmonize our racial and cultural differences. Yeah, love is the highest vibration. Mm-hmm. Uppercase and lowercase. Okay, if you need everyone to be exactly the same as you in order to get along, you've got major work to do. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, everyone. I mean, we're all the same from one lens. And people say, first of all, the world is full of contradictions. You know, there's many times you will hear me say contradictions because the world is full of contradictions. The world is a contradiction. That's the reality of the situation. So yes, we know we are the same. We are also different, but we are also the same. Mm-hmm. Okay, the only divide is us and them being the power structure. And even then, yeah, I mean, even then, on one level, yes, and then on one level, there is no true separation because we're the ones that allow the power structure to be. You know, we play a role in that power structure. If it wasn't for us also feeding into that power structure, then it wouldn't exist. Wouldn't exist. If the people woke up tomorrow and said, you know what, I'm not going to classify myself as Democrat, Republican, and all this foolishness. I'm not going to classify myself as any type of religion. I'm not going to classify myself as any type of race other than the human race. If the people woke up tomorrow and decided they weren't going to do that, I guarantee things would change. I guarantee things would change. But no, the reason why things are the way they are is because of the people. Because, yeah, the people don't understand their power. They don't know their power, and they're too busy being brainwashed to fully know. That is why the powers that be can still be, because the people allow it to be. But good conversation, you guys. You guys are so intelligent. Let's see, where we at here? I'm making sure I read everything. Culture exchanges are great. Yeah, they can help us to open our minds. Sometimes people are afraid of other cultures because they don't. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We need to know more about each other. And here's the thing about culture. You know, culture is not necessarily determined by one's ethnicity. Okay, you know, culture can mean many different things. For example, your culture is developed by maybe where you grew up, what you learned, you maybe the people you were around, etc., etc. You share a common culture. That's just like I dated a white guy. Okay, for example, I've dated many white guys. I've dated people all over everybody. Okay, the culture that he grew up in was like, part of it was a hood culture. It was a hood culture. Part of it. I didn't grow up in a hood culture. We had different cultures. Culture, like that's what I mean. Culture is not necessarily, may not necessarily have anything to do with your ethnicity. Okay. But yeah, it's nice to know about different people's culture. Most definitely, because I think it can help shape our perspective and make us more well-rounded. Absolutely. Absolutely. Why is it only humans have race but not animals? Animals are always differentiated by species because race was created for human beings. That's why. Because race was created. It's created. Race is not scientific. Mm-mm. Yep. Good question. Uh, what you say? Everything is a. What you say? Psych. What? How do you say? Psych up. What are you saying, boo? What is that word? I'm not familiar with that word. Help me out. People say don't look back, but history teaches lessons. Yeah, I agree, Alex. I agree. And if we don't remember those lessons in history, what do they say? That we're subject to repeat them. I agree. And we are constantly repeating these things. We're constantly repeating history. Still hating, we're still hating. We're still killing each other. As human beings, we're still hurting each other. It's ridiculous, really. It's ridiculous. That's why I said earlier, we can have all the head knowledge we want. We can talk about all the esoteric principles we want, and we do because that's what we do on this channel. Yet beyond all that is how are we demonstrating the light in this world? How are we loving ourselves and how are we loving other people? And can we do that? We can send people to the moon. We can do this. We can do that. But can we love? And are we loving? What are we doing? What are we doing? Why is it that we find it so difficult to do those elementary things? Why is it so difficult to practice the golden rule? But we have the golden rule. But we can't practice the golden rule. It makes no sense, you guys. It makes no sense. What y'all say? Humanity will end when we start normalizing the surgical implants of AI technology inside our body. That's when we become hybrid. Normal human beings will be considered archaic. They'll be war. Yeah, well, I'll definitely be a normal human being any day. I'll be a normal human being any day of the week than a hybrid. Because there's something to, and maybe that's when people will come to their senses. There's something to be said about being a spiritual being. There's something to be said about having a heart. That means something to me. That's beyond a machine, so to speak. Maybe the reason why we have this AI, maybe that will help us to appreciate the beauty of being a human being. Maybe that's exactly what we need in order to come together as humanity, which we haven't done yet because we still cutting up in the ghetto earth. What you say? You got to spell something down there, alphabet. Okay. Oh, what you say? Everything. You talking to T-Liz. It's interesting how they use the word race like it's a competition. They've been doing that. Yeah, they've been doing that. And even looking back at some of the old science, how they were trying to prove things, say this group is inferior, this group is superior. It's all nonsense. It's really nonsense, and it's really sad. It's sad, but that's the history of things. Okay. Did you all not listen to the story before? Anyone who knows what I'm alluding to has a brain. Okay, TJ, you talking to everything. I will say that nobody has been to the moon. Yes, some people say we've never been to the moon. Do I know? I have no idea. Because I wasn't there. But there are people who say we haven't been to the moon. People who say that was a lie. And, there are people who also think we did go to the moon. I don't know. I wasn't there. I do know this, according to what I've researched, the moon is full of junk. We have a lot of trash. First of all, we have a lot of trash in space in general. You know what I mean? We have a lot of trash in space. We have littered space. That's something to think about. That matters to me more so if a person went to the moon or not. The fact that we have trash there. Why? That's what I mean about major. We major on minors. Why do we have trash on the moon? Why do we have so much trash in space? How are we content as a species littering up space? How is that okay? I don't understand. Us as human beings. that goes back to what I said earlier. The more I think I know, the more I don't. Because, child, that would have been the strategic gain of going to the moon in the 60s. Okay, so at the time when we said that we went to the moon, of course, there was a lot of tension in the air, and America was trying to prove itself once again as a superpower. And so legend has it we went to the moon, and that was supposed to prove something. And so there are people who think that we didn't do it. I don't know. I can't tell you. Okay, what we say? That'll make the tech seem alluring. It'll monitor all your health stats, allow you to speak telepathically to other users, search internet. Yeah, well, we can already speak telepathically. This is what I mean. We're so disconnected as human beings from our true nature. Our ancestors were already speaking telepathically. Our ancestors were already practicing ESP. They were already doing that. We're lazy. We're lazy and we're ill-informed, and we're not taught to tap into our sixth sense and the senses beyond our sixth sense. So yeah, you're right. There are people who are going to take a faulty substitute. But there is no true substitute for the real thing. You can have a substitute, but there's nothing like the real thing. The real thing. And when you take on a substitute, you also take on the risk of that substitute. You take on the risk of that thing malfunctioning. Then what? Then what, you guys? This is why you will always have a group of human beings that don't take what they call the mark of the beast. You always have a group of human beings that don't take that, religious or not religious. People will say, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I value my humanity. There's something sacred about having a heart. There's something sacred about being able to feel and being able to cry and being a human being to me. So yeah, but there are people who are gonna be like, baby, sign me up. Sign me up. And that's fine. Everybody has a choice. Are you sad because you're fat? No, come on now. There'll be pressure to get the tech, almost like the COVID vax. It'll be inconvenient to not have it, but some still won't. Yeah, just like I didn't get the COVID vax either. There's always going to be people that sign up for things that the government is like, ooh, let me. This is going to be a benefit to you. Yes, and that's fine. But there are also people who are already operating in higher spiritual systems. There are also people who understand that they create their reality and everyone in it. That's a mystery in itself. So, yeah, it might get to that point, but I don't worry about those things at all. Because I always say that doesn't have shit to do with me. It doesn't have shit to do with me. You know. Yeah, there's gonna be people that sell their soul for a bologna and cheese sandwich. I get that. Sell their birthright. You know, ancient texts have talked about this. It's not surprising. But there will be a group of people that decide to not. You know. So, and then no shade to you if you took the vax, if you probably thought you needed to take the vax. You know, hey, it is what it is. Everybody has their own choice, and everyone can make their own choice. I have wondered to myself, is the earth lighter since we sent so much trash off? That's a good question. The world is full of trash. I think about that. I think about that when I think about my own trash when I'm taking it out. You know. I'm surprised we haven't developed a science to eliminate that. I heard a person give me an idea, a very unique idea of how to eliminate waste. And I can't remember what she said, but it was something about having garbage bags that basically decompose things naturally. There's an idea for you. Like tones of metal. Is that tones? Am I reading it right? It's just out there now, not on Earth. Earth is weightless in space, but somehow it affects other small objects in space. And that's the mystery. That is a great mystery. It sounds like someone screaming through your headphones. Yeah, that is the wind acting up. Let's see. Let's do a fact check there about the Earth, because I'm curious myself. One second. Yeah, I know I like a good fact check. Okay. Okay, so no, the Earth is not weightless. While it is in a constant state of free fall or orbit around the sun, weight is defined as a measure of gravitational force, not just a sensation of floating. Earth has immense mass, and because it is constantly being pulled by the sun's gravity, it retains its gravitational weight. Okay. And then it talks about the difference between weight versus gravity. Weightlessness is the absence of normal force, like the ground pushing up on your feet, not the absence of gravity itself. In summary, Earth is technically not weightless, as it is a massive body experiencing significant gravitational acceleration towards the sun. Now let's see if it's weightless in space. No, the Earth is not weightless in space. Weight is the force of gravity acting on a mass, and because Earth is constantly, again, under the gravitational influence of the sun, moon, and galaxy, it has weight. Earth stays in orbit around the sun rather than floating away, which is proof of this gravitational pull. Okay. All right, what else we got? Oh no, that's why I had to check. Nothing against you, because I wasn't sure myself. I had to look and check and see, well, you know, sometimes things scratch my mind and I'd be like, And because I like to research, which literally means to look again, you know. And you guys, there's nothing wrong with looking again. And there's nothing wrong with not knowing. There are so many things. Do I believe in reincarnation? Okay, this is a good topic. So you guys ever see the videos of the children who remember their past lives, or they say that they used to be here before? Have you ever seen those videos before? I remember first encountering those videos, oh my goodness, probably back in no, it's not lightning, that's the wind, you guys, acting like that. Probably back in 2009, maybe 2008. There's videos about these children who were remembering their past lives. I don't know if you've ever seen those videos, but it's interesting. For myself, do I feel like I've been here before? Yes, I do. Does that make any logical sense? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I feel like I've been on this earth. I've been here many times. That's how I feel. And it's so crazy. I feel like I've been different ethnicities. I feel like I've been, in different bodies, most definitely. And I can remember a time when I had an experience where I started channeling. I was channeling energy from a previous lifetime, which sounds crazy too. Have you guys seen the hypnosis where they do, what do they call that? It's a type of hypnosis that's done that actually, sometimes I guess it brings up like past lives. Let me see if I can find it. Past life hypnotherapy. That's crazy. It's interesting, but such a thing exists. But have you watched some of those videos too? Yeah. So in my own opinion, yeah, I feel like I've been here before. I do. I do. I really do. I also feel like this past life regression, yeah. And past life hypnosis, yeah. I also feel like this is my last incarnation. Like I'm not coming back. Past life regression. That's how I feel. I'm not coming back here. I'm done. That's it. Let's wrap. It's too hard to listen. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't control the wind. I wish I could. Okay. But the gravity of objects in space from Earth obviously has an effect. The moon was meant to be part of the Earth at one point. Yeah. It's interesting. That's why the movie The Odyssey comes to mind, which I remember that being an esoteric movie. And if you remember, you see the Earth, the sun, and the moon. Yeah. And that's all I'm going to say on that. Because that's opening up a whole other ball of wax. You said it sounds like a Mayan death whistle. Is that right? What you say? A holler? Is it holler? Yeah. Yes, I love those videos, but what's crazier is reading the comments and all the other. Yeah. Yeah. It is crazy. It is crazy. You know, there's some interesting things that are beyond explanation. You know, beyond logic and beyond reason. The world is a mysterious place. Past life regression. Let's look at that word, past life regression. Yeah, I can't control the wind. Past life regression. If I could control the wind, I would not be here. Yeah. There's all kinds of therapists that you can go to for this. Yeah, past life regression, past life therapy. Regression or memory regression is a method that uses hypnosis to recover what practitioners believe are memories of past lives or incarnations. Now, let me ask you guys, do you feel like you've been here before? Now, who's blocked? It says here, as a result of releasing these emotions or reframing the difficult events, a person might experience improvement in their daily life. Your last message got deleted? Did it? Let me see. I didn't even see it. What did you say? Because some words are blocked automatically, so maybe that's why you didn't see it. Try to rephrase it another way. I got a lot of words blocked on here, unfortunately, because not everyone is sane like you all. So I've had to block a lot of words, which is so crazy, but I've had to do that. Would you guys do a past life regression? Would you do that? Or is that something that you'd be like, no, I ain't doing that? Let me check my messages while I'm here. Ah! What'd you say? He just keeps complaining about the noise. Yeah, it must be really loud for him. Poor baby. Let me go get my charger so I can plug you guys up. And then I want to know, let me answer that. You answer that question for me. Would you guys do a past life regression therapy? I don't think I would. I don't think I would because I feel like I've channeled some past lives already. And I feel like sometimes when I do channel, I'm channeling past lives. And I know that might not make any sense because it's not logical. But I'll be back. came back. My girlfriend sent me this picture. Us on a boat somewhere. Okay, hold on. Hold on, my little Rumpelstiltskins. Hold on, my Rumpelstiltskins. Okay. I'm trying to plug you guys up. Oh my goodness. Hopefully my computer does not fall on my head. Because that would not be a good look. Okay. 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 Let's see. I'm just looking at my messages real quick. Okay. Okay. I'm looking at my email real quick, you guys. Okay. All right. Yeah, bill I gotta pay. Okay. What else? What else is new? Okay. Okay. All right, let's see what I missed in the chat now that I plugged you up. Now you wouldn't trust the hypnotist, is that right? Okay. All right, let's see what else. What else do you guys say? Hey, Franco. Oh, yeah, to you too. TJ West, you might just be... What are you trying to say? Everything. Rephrase it. It's just probably getting blocked maybe because of the words. What words are you... Well, I can't. Thank you, Elliot. You don't know how to phrase this message? Man. I got a lot of words blocked. Try again. What you say? I feel like I'm my great grandfather at World War I who died in the battle. Really, TJ? Really? Now, what makes you feel that way? What makes you feel that way? Let me see if we can look at a past life regression. I'm going to be on here for another 15 minutes hanging out with you guys, and then I got to go to work. I got to pick up a check. I got to do this. I got to do that. Got to pay a bill. Gotta go out and be grown, y'all. Gotta go be grown. Don't want to be grown. Gotta be grown. Let's see. Past life regression. You know, it's interesting that, there's this thing called past life regression, which I understand. But also, too, we don't do the present life regression where we go into our subconscious mind and clear that out. We want to go into our past life. We don't even fix the present one, which I think is kind of funny. There's a meditation you could do to fix your present life, and that would be the Osho's dynamic meditation, which actually part of the meditation is to take you into your subconscious mind to clear out that shit that's in there. But yeah, we often talk about past life regression, but we don't take care of the present life regression. I'm trying to find something that's pretty good. Let's look. And there's a lot of bullshit out there too, you guys. But this looks interesting. Okay.
Got a pile of clothes you never wear anymore?
Oh, but you
Turn
don't
them
want to
into
know about
cash
that.
with Vinted. Snap a photo.
Okay. Let's see. Look at a little bit of this. Oh, this is on Gaia. Y'all remember Gaia? There's a lot of interesting stuff on that network.
I am Raymond Moody, and these are my thoughts on reincarnation.
Okay.
Where I've come to in my life is I expect that something like reincarnation is true. And the reason I came to it is very unusual.
It does have a lot of
And,
stuff on there
It
that
has nothing to do with parapsychology and so on, because my ideas about it come from two sources. Number one, ancient Greek philosophy, because in the United States, there's this myth that ideas about reincarnation first came into the West through India back in the 19th century. But that's just simply not correct, because reincarnation was present as an idea at the very beginning of Western civilization. And Pythagoras, for example, who was the person who coined the term philosophy, was a reincarnationist, and he claimed to remember 8 of his past lives. And had some technique that he was able to get his students to have that experience as well. And as part of their Pythagorean training, when they woke up in the morning, before they got out of bed, they would have to retrace their steps of the day before, like go through the entire day, step by step, before they got out of bed. And then if they mastered that, then they would have to go back one day further than that, the day before. And the reason for this training was they felt that if they could so exquisitely train their memories, then when they got into the situation of choosing their next life, they would remember what they had picked up in this life to be able to augment it. So you see, reincarnation was there at the beginning. Plato was a reincarnationist, and
I'm sure it's before these people, like in
perceptions,
Egypt.
I think, about the reincarnation process. One of them being that he.
You know what get on my nerves? I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let this play. What gets on my nerves is that they always go back to Greek, but they don't go back far enough. They hardly ever go back to Kemet. They hardly ever give the people of Kemet, the people of Egypt, any credit when it comes to these things. But I'm pretty sure the principles of reincarnation didn't start per se in Greek. I'm pretty sure that it goes back even further with the Kemetic people and their ancestors. I'm just saying. Okay. But that's my own 2 cents.
Articulate statement about why we don't remember.
Thank you. Everything exactly.
And what he did
Their ancestors
formulated it in terms of an experience that every one of us has had, and it's called in psychology an event boundary. What an event boundary is an event boundary has to do with the fact that the mind puts things into little packets for processing. And when you get out of that packet, you may not have access to that information. And the most common example is that you're in the living room and you think of something you want to get in the kitchen. So what happens as soon as you go
Hey, Southern. The wind is loud.
You forget what you came in there for. And that's an event boundary. And Plato articulated how that is involved in the
That's interesting.
experience. So
that's interesting.
That was one input to me, and the other has to do with my wonderful adopted children. And I should explain that my wife and I don't attend religious ceremonies. We don't.
Thank you, Southern.
We don't take the kids to any religious things, and also we don't talk about life after death. What we talk about is what's for dinner, what's the kids' homework, and so on.
This looks like a good one for you guys to watch, maybe for your homework.
Raised in isolation from this, and the way they found out eventually that I had anything to do with life after death was looking me up on the internet. So that's the background. Now, when Carter was 5 years old, he and I were lying on the bed watching TV, and I was flipping through the channels. Whereas Carter became very animated. Dad, that's my village. What? So I turned it back. It was a documentary about village life in China. So Carter said to me, yeah, that's my village. And he could tell that I was confused. And he said, yeah. Before I came to you and Mom, I was in China with my my other mom and dad and my brothers and sisters.
And I'm going to stop it right there. Okay, so you guys, if you want to watch this, it is Dr. Raymond Moody on the cycle of reincarnation and past life memories. Okay, again, Dr. Raymond Moody on the cycle of reincarnation and past life memories. But I don't want to get any copyrights. I always get copyright strikes on this channel because I'm always showing you something. Anyway, let me look at the comments real quick. Thank you, Elliot. Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's funny that he mentioned China because I feel like I was definitely Chinese in a past life, which I know might not make any sense to any of you guys, but yeah. Having said that, what are your thoughts on what he said? My only discrepancy is I think it definitely goes back older than the Greeks. You know, they give the Greeks a lot of credit, you know, but they don't tend to give Kemet a lot of credit. But if it wasn't for those ancestors in Kemet, the knowledge wouldn't have been picked up by the Greeks. So it's like, you know, and I think that's on purpose. You know, they don't want to give, when I say Kemet, I'm talking about Egypt. They don't want to give Egypt any credit, which I think is just, I think that's set up by design, you know, again, in a way to downplay our ancestors. Okay, all of our ancestors, our African ancestors, you know, they're always talking about the Hellenistic period, but they don't go beyond that, you know. But if it wasn't for the Kemetic people, we wouldn't have alchemy, for example. You know, these are things that our ancestors, all of our ancestors were aware of, but we don't go back far enough in history. At least a lot of times I see that, which is unfortunate. But that, again, is set up by design, you know, again, to keep people from the truth, to keep people divided. What you say, are you talking about, what do you say, Iggy? Is that what you're talking about? Hey, thank you, B. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they don't go back far enough. They just don't, you know. Just like, you know, before it was the Hippocrates, there was wisdom before Hippocrates, you know. They were already doing surgical procedures in Kemet. They were already, you know, this is why we have chemistry. They were already doing these things. Our ancestors knew. Our ancestors knew. And we are just so, we don't want, as a society, there's been a ongoing movement to keep us from the knowledge of our ancestors in Kemet, who were African, That's crazy to me. It's crazy. Thank you. It's just like, come on. When are we going to get over that? And what's mind-blowing is we're all connected to that lineage. We're all connected to that history. We're not separate from our ancestors of Kemet. They're our ancestors. So to act like your ancestors were not black and to act like your ancestors didn't have knowledge is foolishness to me. Foolishness. When you know, as I read earlier, that we are connected to, what I say, let me go back for reference. The mitochondrial Eve, who lived in Africa some 2,000 years ago, that narrowed down the location to an oasis in the Kalahari Desert in Africa. Ancestral homeland of all humans alive today. Why can't we seem to accept all of our selves, We can accept our Greek self. We can accept the knowledge that the Greeks gave us. Thank you, Lee. But we can't accept where the Greeks got their knowledge from. We can't accept Kemet. We can't accept our blackness. We can't accept the wisdom that came out of Africa. That's problematic. We're gonna accept, we need to accept all of ourselves. Look at the full picture. Look at the wisdom from the east, the west. Look at the wisdom collectively. Look at the root of the tree, not just the branches. Look at the root. It's crazy. Let me look up something real quick, because you know I like to fact check. And then we're going to do a meditation. No, I'm not African. I'm not African. I'm American. American. But we're all African, really, technically. Okay, let's take a look. Hold on, let me look this up. Fact check. Okay. My computer, my phone. See, North America. They already knew about this. The Kemetic people already knew about this wisdom. It's old. Oh, my phone is loading up. Good morning, Stefan. Here we go. Phone loading up. Yes, the ancient Kemetic, ancient Egypt absolutely had deep beliefs about the continuation of the soul after death. Of course they did. Of course they did. That's why they had depictions in the pyramids about the afterlife. They were preparing people for the afterlife. What does this man think the Book of the Dead was about? And yet he wants to start with Plato. He wants to start in Greek when the wisdom goes back further than that. That's my only irritation with what I just played for you guys. If you're going to tell a story, tell the whole story. And stop playing. Our ancestors in Kemet were preparing the body for the afterlife. They were preparing the body for reincarnation. Matter of fact, the only organ that they kept in the body was the heart. This is why it goes back to heart wisdom. It's heart wisdom. It's not just head wisdom. It's the heart wisdom that is needed in the afterlife. This is what our ancestors felt. So for this man to sit up here and tell us in our face that it started with Plato, it started in Greek, he lying. No, it's older than that. Okay, now here it is. Also, it's understood, it's different. The way that Kemetic people understood reincarnation was different than how it was understood in Hinduism and Buddhism. Okay, here it is. The Kemetic view of the soul. Okay, ancient Kemetic spirituality described the human being as having multiple spiritual components. Some of the most were Ka, the life force; Ba, the personality or soul that could travel between words; Ak, the transformed enlightened spirit after death; Ren, the true name, identity; and Ib, the heart, the seat of consciousness. These aspects work together in a journey after death. Okay, and it goes on. They did believe strongly in cycles of rebirth, but usually in a cosmic or spiritual sense. Okay. What most scholars say, Most historians believe that the Kemetic goal was not repeated reincarnation, but rather transformation into an internal divine state. However, some African spiritual traditions that evolved later and some modern Kemetic practitioners interpret the ancient teachings as including cycles of return of soul, especially through ancestral lineage. Again, this goes back to Africa. Just again. So, okay, let's see here. So that's it. So that's what I'm saying. The concept didn't start with the Greeks. The concept goes further back. The concept, our ancestors believed in reincarnation. What you say? No storm. It's actually beautiful out here. It's just windy. Thank you, Stefan. Hindus smoked a lot of ganja, so they think they are reincarnated. Oh, is that right? Hey, boys. What you say, boo? Thank you for being here. Well, yeah, and I understand that there's a lot more research to be had, and I understand that our Egyptian ancestors definitely looked at things in different ways and all of this, and I'm not making a blanket statement, okay? What I am saying though, the wisdom of reincarnation did not necessarily just start with the Greeks. That wisdom is old. It's older than the Greeks. Thank you, Danger. Thank you. And that's what I want people to realize on today. Now, we're going to do a silent meditation like we've been doing. I'm going to sit in my chair and get situated. Oh my gosh, my rug is just... Hold on, let me fix my rug. This rug didn't give me issues before. But lately here, it's been giving me issues when I try to roll my chair on the rug. You see my seat? It's cute. Okay, let me climb on this thing. For those of you who don't know, I'm 5'1", so I gotta climb on things. Phew. All right. Okay. Oftentimes, I always say this, oftentimes people disappear in the chat when we get ready to do our silent meditation, and that's fine. Silent meditation may not be for you. I get it. You definitely don't have to be here if you're not ready for the silent meditation. But basically, all we're going to do is we're going to sit and we're going to breathe. Okay? We're just going to sit and we're going to breathe. As a matter of fact, I probably won't say much this meditation. Sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. This one, I won't. I got things on my face. I'm actually going to let the wind be part of our meditation since so many of you are focused on that. What you say, B? We've been told lies by our government from the get-go. I honestly believe we have been here for millions of years. Yeah. It's interesting. We were kind of talking about that earlier. We talked about a lot today. A lot, per usual. If you guys haven't subscribed to this channel, please make sure you do. If you like talking about all sorts of esoteric things, and we do explore a lot of head knowledge. Of course, I always bring it back to the heart knowledge, which is why we're going to sit here and we're going to meditate. Because it's beyond what we know, which is good that we know these things. Yet at the end of the day, it's about how we live and shining our light and being a force of love in this world. If that resonates with you, then you definitely need to subscribe, because that is what I'm all about. That is why I'm here in the first place. That is why I take my time to come before you all and chit chat and shoot the breeze and all of that. About so much today. Spirituality, always science. We talk about science a lot. Past life regression. That's what we were just talking about. Sex, sensuality, spirituality. You listen to a story time of me telling the story about the Mayan god with the Buddha tattoos, which was a very sensual story about a time I went to a nude beach and I met this god. We'll just call him that. And of course, we talk about God, we talk about source, we talk about energy, we talk about Lucifer, we talk about Satan, because those things came up in the conversation as well. Because the people wanted to talk about these things. So what we're going to do now is we're going to meditate. We're going to sit. We're going to sit in silence. We're going to do that for 3 minutes. People often say that they don't know how to meditate. The best meditation, the easiest meditation, maybe the best meditation you can do is just a conscious breath. So that is what we're going to do. We're going to slip into that meditation, slip into that conscious breath. Conscious breath is simply a breath that you are aware of. So sometimes I will talk during the meditation. I'm not going to talk a whole lot. I'm just going to have you focus on some things. So if you're ready, if you're in a place where you can meditate, let's go. Let's go. Okay, and only do this if you're in a place where you can meditate, where you can be. All right? So all you're going to do is you're going to sit and breathe. Just sit and breathe. All you're doing is sitting and breathing. What I want you to do is find your breath. When I say find your breath, I mean look inside of your body, close your eyes, don't fall asleep, and see where your breath is. Is your breath in your stomach? Is it in your throat? Is it in your chest? Just find your breath. And breathe. Just sit and breathe, watching your breath. During the meditation, there may be noise that you hear. Just let it become part of your meditation. Just listen. And watch your breath. You may have thoughts that come in your mind. You can watch those thoughts. Just watch. And just sit and breathe. That might happen too. And just sit and breathe. Right here, right now, find your breath. When you get lost, find your breath again. And relax. Sitting, breathing, listening, being. Not thinking about the past, not there, It's over. Not in there. It's not there. Only here, right now, right here, with whatever you hear around you. Just listen and breathe. I'm going to count you out of your meditation. Just sitting and breathing. In 5, 4, 3, 2. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. And 1. And here we are. See? You didn't fly away. You stay right here. Let me go to the chat, see if I missed anything. Okay. Okay. All right, some of y'all silly. Silly, silly, silly. But anyway, so that was a quick silent meditation that you can do at any time. And anytime you're feeling overwhelmed or you feel like you just need to reset yourself, just get somewhere and just breathe. You feeling like you're about to go off, just sit somewhere and breathe. So simple, so easy. You might have a lot of noise around you. That's okay. Like I said, let that noise become a part of your meditation. Doesn't have to be perfect. As you know, your life situations are often not perfect. And yet you can still sit and breathe. Just find your breath and focus on that. Do we have any questions before I cut on out of here and get to moving today? As always, thank you, Michael. It was great to sit with you all and be with you all and chat with you all and love on you all and your attention. Thank you those who, you're welcome, Boaz. Thank you those who were part of the chat, and thank you for your, thank you, Leek. Thank you for your intelligent conversation, and thank you for your input. Thank you for your esoteric conversation. Like I said, I know a lot of what we talk about is stimulating to the mind, yet there is a wisdom that is beyond, I said it 1,000 times, beyond our head wisdom, and it is our heart wisdom. And we need to tap into that, to tap into the wisdom of the heart, really, to make this world a better place, starting with us realizing that we are the lights, and starting with us loving ourselves fully so that we can truly love the people of the world and spread our love in this world. Because I don't know if you guys have noticed, love is what we need more of on this planet. Those of you who have the esoteric wisdom, you understand that love is all there is. It's all there is. And we need more of it. And it needs to be demonstrated in ourselves, demonstrated in how we treat each other. regardless of one's religion, regardless of one's political party, regardless of one's racial construct, which was made up to begin with, regardless of any of that. What we need is to love each other, to love each other. Because if we can do that, and I'm not talking about a superficial love, I'm talking about a kindness, I'm talking about a care, I'm talking about a compassion. When you can see yourself and others and realize that there is no other, then we're on to something. Then we're on to something. We can pontificate, we can philosophize until the cows come home. Yet what we must do in order for us to truly grow is love. Without love, there is no alchemy. There is no alchemy. The love is the divine spark. Without the divine spark, there's no true transformation of turning lead into gold, which is a spiritual science about transforming ourselves, transforming our lives situation, our life movie. Without love in the formula, there is no formula. Comments, questions, and concerns before we go? Make sure you subscribe to this channel so you know what time it is. So you know what time it is. If it resonates with you. Now, if it don't resonate with you, it don't resonate with you. That's okay. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I don't want to be everybody's cup of tea. Thank you, boys. But if I'm your cup of tea, then great. Then great. All right, you guys, no questions. Again, thank you for being here, and namaste. Which means that the God in me acknowledges the God in you. Until next time, love someone starting with yourselves. Bye.